Okay. Wrong one. I got my Coke Zero. I got my Biohazard suit, which is sadly not Biohazard the game. But now it begins. This is the end. Adam, it is too late. And Sparrow, it's too late. Today is the day Shnick dies. Okay. Thankfully, the RetroArch button works as intended. Okay, I'm gonna start a recording of this, and I'm gonna switch over to full screen temporarily. It is fucking too late. Oh, Adam, you're gonna die today too? Alright, first of all, before we set our eyes on Pearly White Cricket, I need to make sure DualShock controls are enabled. RetroPad with analog. So it should be. Yeah, I know what's going on with Brandon. You know, after all the shit he's gone through, it kind of just makes me grateful that fucking Target turned me down for a job years ago.
Welcome to Walt Disney World.
Like, if you could fucking believe it, there was a time when I was upset that I didn't get a job at Target, mainly because, well, at the time, it was meant to be my first job ever. And then I didn't get it, so I was upset about it for a while. Now I'm happy the fuckers didn't hire me. Alright, I'm delaying the... Oh, hey, a demo, so now I'm delaying the inevitable. Thank you. You know what? Out of curiosity, let's see what the characters in the demo do. Oh wow, even the player in the demo is sucking right now. Hello, Mario fan. Don't you see how much of a shitty game this is? Wow, not even the player of the demo is able to get in first place. Mario fan, I am going to die today because of this stupid game. Maybe I can prevent it by not playing it, but nope, I'm doing a review of this game, so I have to get at least some footage of it. Probably tomorrow I'll fire up the game again after I inevitably rage quit. and get some footage without commentary. But, you know, this is looking fucking curious. It's like the person in the demo's not even trying. They knew the game was crap. So, oh my god, Adam, you are... This game is younger than you are. And the sad thing is, Sparrow, there are people who actually like this game. I mean, I can't change how people think, and I guess it's okay if people like it, but I am never going to understand why. Ever. Alright. Alright, fucking pearly white cricket, let's go. Adventure of all time.
Well, hello there. Cricket's the name.
This face is probably very close to being scarier than Shrek.
To make you smile. Well, at least I hope it does. It's all here in my
It's all in the fucking teeth. Why? Like, freaking the original character design, I don't think had teeth. And if he did have teeth, it wasn't so freaking noticeable.
A small door in the side of the castle, they discovered a path that leads to one of the hidden treasures of the park. The Walt Disney World Magic Machine.
Walt Disney World Magic Machine. Fun fact, there is no magic machine. Jiminy just wanted to lure innocent kids to the park so he could turn them to the dark side and lead a heartless army to conquer the damn universe.
And the machine didn't like that one bit. It huffed and it puffed and it tried to get itself unstuck. But it was no use. Those acorns gummed up the Gearsotronics and Springo pneumatics so badly that it just stopped working altogether. All our furry little friends...
Oh, boo-hoo. No more fireworks. Ooh.
It sparked and it blew itself apart, sending pieces flying all over Walt Disney World. So now it's up to you to make sure the fireworks blast off tonight. You've got to help Chip and Dale find the pieces of the machine and put them back together in time.
Warp Dudley World.
Everyone visiting the park is depending on you. So good luck.
To its very slight credit, the Jiminy voice actor obviously is spot on, but... Alright. Alright, so here's my first criticism of this game. Aside from Chip and Dale, there are no... And, of course, Jiminy Cricket. Excuse me. There are no recognizable Disney characters in this game. Literally, we have this princess-looking lady, this wannabe Maleficent duck. Okay, and there's obviously Jiminy Cricket. A Fatso Disney fan from... Probably from Goof Troop. A country bear wannabe, some space dude over here, some knockoff of a Duckburg character, some knockoff pirate lady, some knockoff... Yeah! I think the real Disney characters preferred appearing in the actual good Disney racing game, Mickey Speedway USA on the N64. Why couldn't they include him himself? Oh, because they had to pay him like $10 million just to appear as a statue, like a freaking sprite of a statue in the freaking intro and ending. But no, it was like 10 billion extra just to have him be a character, so no. Alright. So now we're going to learn why this game is so bad. I know, this game actually is worse than working at Walmart. Okay. Alright, so analog control is not enabled. That's not a good thing. RetroPad with analog. That's exactly what I'm using. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's hope this game doesn't fry my PlayStation Classic. Sure as hell not getting a disc to put in my real PS1. Alright. I gotta be very careful. I don't want to break RetroArch. Wow, this game doesn't even want to support analog. Oh well. I need to, you know, I'm gonna test this later, but fucking, yeah, this is... Alright, I mean... Alright, and here's the scrawny-ass CT... So, look at this power sliding. Yeah, freaking, it is so freaking slippery. Yeah, freaking, how the hell are you supposed to do an effective power slide boost? Like an effective freaking drift when you turn that steeply? How the hell are you supposed to do that? And I better not find out it's turn right to go left logic. Nope. There's no way to freaking make it to where he doesn't do that steep-ass turn when trying to power slide. Yeah, that is really effective game design. Put in a boosting mechanic like CTR and make it to where your character does a steep freaking 90-degree turn where the boost is basically useless. Yeah, that's such good game design. So fucking good game design, I know. Gotta approve Ryan Mann's message. He is absolutely correct. This game sucks. The fuck? See, how the fuck is this boost supposed to be effective? This game is so bad. Replay Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase? Oh, but I didn't put it on my PlayStation Classic. Maybe I should. But no time today. Yeah, freaking how the hell is this boosting mechanic supposed to be good? It's not! This game is so fucking bad. Not to mention the brutal difficulty of the AI. Oh my god. What the fuck? He was like turning around a freaking... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This game... I don't know why there's people who like this game. I really don't know why there's people who like this game. In fact, it was only recently that I finally came across some reviews of the game on YouTube that were very negative, like mine. It's going to be. Okay. Oh, fucking god. Fucking out of my way. By the way, this bad performance is not because of the PlayStation Classic. Like, freaking, this is how it actually performed on my real PS1. Yeah, good. I freaking take the lead, so the rubber banding AI takes effect. And I don't want people giving me crap saying it's my fault. It's my fault because the game sucks. Alright, fucking out of my way. Fucking out of my way. And if you're telling me oh my god. Well, oh wow. Oh wow. We may actually... Oh, never mind. Nope, here come the other racers. They are storming in like a badass. And now we are the Froggy. Nigel Thornberry identifies this as the Froggy. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Alright, let's... Yeah, I have the Dreamcast version of that. Oh, look. Look. Not good, not good, not good. Oh, see? The game's performing fine now. Yeah. First race and I already want to quit. Can't do Space Mountain. Can't do Test Track. Can't do Tomorrowland. Can't do Jungle Cruise. Can't do Pirates. Can't do Splash Mountain. Can't do Haunted Mansion. No Blizzard Beach. No Dinosaur. No freaking Aerosmith. And no whatever the hell that is. Yep. Didn't get to play much of Episode 1 Racer. You know what? Sometimes cheat codes make games more fun than you think. Excuse me, I need the Shrek burp. Because this game is so bad. So now I'm gonna go through this without boosting at all. I'm gonna see if no boosting whatsoever. I want to see if I can at least beat the first fucking track. At least. Oh, you don't know if they work on stuff other than the N64? I mean, I could check and see if the Dreamcast version has support for dem cheats. And freaking we get the chocolate Disney coin. Not nearly as high class as Stu Pickles' chocolate pudding. You know, I'm surprised Nickelodeon didn't partner with any brands to make Stu Pickles branded chocolate pudding. I mean, they made Reptar bars and Reptar cereal a thing, but where's our Stu Pickles chocolate pudding? Alright, so now we're in first. Only a matter of time, though. So I'm assuming these coins work the same way as, like, the coins in Mario Kart and the Wumpa Fruit in CTR, where it makes you, like, faster. Alright, I think there's a fucking cave. Alright, go in the damn cave. All we're doing is bumping and crashing and shit. But it seems that we took a shortcut. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. What the fuck? What was that? Like, was that like a guided missile thing that we do? Yeah, because that's smart. Freaking untake control of your racer just so that you can freaking throw a guided missile in the middle of a damn race. Wow. Alright. Alright, so now we're surprisingly doing well. Huh. Was the game trying to make me like it? Is the game begging for my fucking forgiveness? Is it on its knees crying for me to forgive it? Yeah, you're not gonna make me forgive you that easily, asshole. Alright, fucking... Alright, take the Cave of Doom again. Surprisingly, we have a huge fucking lead. Wow. We surprisingly actually have a huge fucking lead. Uber surprising. Guessing if I don't know. Alright. Surprisingly, this is... okay. Oh! Wow. I nearly cost myself the race right there. Up! Oh! Oh! Shit! 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 Oh. Okay. 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 We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine!
Congratulations!
Oh my god! Will I do a Let's Play on the SpongeBob? Probably I might do a live stream series on Battle for Bikini Bottom Remake.
Nice going, Fred.
Adam M, he is not a good guy to me.
And earn the first piece of the...
Nobody in this game is a good guy to me. This game sucks. Alright, I'm gonna save the game. Saved okay. Alright, so we finished one race. So now we have the option of Blizzard Beach and Dinosaur. Dinosaur is where the game cranks up the diarrhea dial. So does Blizzard Beach. Alright, we got the speed boost, but of course they take the lead. Okay. I dropped the goddamn teacup. We gotta be our own guest. Race through the dam. Now the game's actually performing decently. At a decent frame rate. And now we are the Froggy. And that racer is speeding ahead and will probably never be seen again. Let's hope we don't miss him. Which I don't. Oh fuck. Like, even if you manage to get good at this game, freaking the handling just feels like ass. Yeah, I saw the AVGN reference. Freaking, this game just handles like pure fucking ass. Like, it just doesn't... It just feels slippery, awkward, janky. It's no CTR, and definitely no Mario Kart. Okay, what happened to the other racer? You know what? I don't know. I don't care. Just get me off this thing. This game just does not feel good to handle. Up! Up! And now we're being bombarded! What the... Freaking, is there no invincibility? Freaking Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't CTR and Mario Kart have invincibility frames anytime you got hit by items? What the fuck is this frog thing? Okay. Now we have Acorn. Freaking, we are the Acorn Lads. Something, something. The Acorn Lads. Freaking, those freaking magical sprites are like the fucking fairies from Shrek. Somehow we're in first. I don't know how. Freaking, this is like the Diary of Jill Valentine. I can't believe I'm still alive. So Mario Kart does have invincibility frames for items, but they can still ruin you. Adam, let me ask you, can they hit you 3 times in a row in quick succession, just like what happened there? Freaking, they're trying to bombard me with items, but fucking the Acorn Lads saved my life. They gave their life for the fucking greater good of saving. Up, there we go. Our luck has run out. The froggy! The froggy! The froggy! Yeah, froggy! Jiminy, get your... Jiminy, you're the one commanding us to go on this fucking rescue mission for the fireworks goddamn machine. Why are you fucking... Oh my god, I want to strangle fucking that cricket's head. There we go. It's over.
Guess those crazy critters were a little too fast for you. Just try.
You mean you were a little too fast for me? Fucking... You know what? I need to go in Gmod. I need to find out if there's a Jiminy Cricket model and then just go crazy with the Gib mod. And now they get rid of his fucking teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you, Jiminy. Fuck you. Alright, Blizzard Beach's turn. So literally, this is the game where you're better off not boosting at all. That's still bad game design. Freaking, why would you have a boost mechanic when it is basically completely useless? Power sliding, that is. There we go. And then this is where I rage quit the game on live stream years ago. Funny how a lot of things have changed since then. Yeah, now I get the fucking froggy thing. That's better. Oh my fucking god! It happened again, Adam. It fucking happened the fuck again. This is so bad. And now the frame rate's tanking. Guess my best. And now I'm trying to... Oh my god! You fucking... This game is so fucking slippery. Oh my god. This is the worst power slide mechanic I've ever seen. Cartoon Network Racing had better power sliding. And I have no regrets saying that. Cartoon Network Racing is better than this game. Fucking... Up the froggy. Get froggy. Yeah, that's actually good game design right there. Give the players in first place the chance to freaking cripple the people in last place. That's so good. That is such good game design. Wow, freaking Dinosaur, I was at least at first until asshole Jiminy Cricket freaking ruined me last minute. Here, I don't have any chance. I just have no chance. I just have no fucking chance. Literally the only safe place to use these power slides is in wide open fields where freaking you can't hit anything. It's a good thing I'm capturing my audio for this, because fucking... this is gonna help me make up the rest of the script for the review. This game is just something else. Oh my god! This game is one of the... oh my fucking god. The power slide is unusable. What else am I supposed to fucking do? No, this isn't a remix of Deck the Halls, the song. It's a remix of Deck the Halls, the movie. AKA one of the worst things ever.
Not bad, but not quite fast enough. Try again to win first place.
I want so much to just freaking... Jiminy... freaking... this game's version of Jiminy Cricket needs to go through a fucking saw trap. He needs to go freaking swimming in a freaking septic tank. Alright, try Dinosaur again. Blizzard Beach was just the definition of impossible. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like how sometimes the acorns gravitate towards your opponent like they're freaking red shells, and then other times they're green shells. Yeah, that is so good. Yep, and now we're getting hit. This is such a good game, I know. Yep, and Power Slide is as useless as usual. It is fucking useless as per usual. What the fuck is wrong with you? Electric Bugaloo, Adam. Electric Bugaloo. This game's a fucking electric Bugaloo. Oh my god! This game is actively trying to sabotage me. This game wants me to go fucking... oh, now they freaking are red shells? And of course, freaking bitch pirate in front of us has fucking acorn lads shielding her, too. Yeah, fine, I don't want you to have your fucking shield, bitch. And that bastard there, horror duck, takes us over. Oh, Adam, but hey, give the missiles from CTR credit. At least they're not fucking random in whether or not they have green shell functionality or freaking red shell functionality. And that... oh, we get hit and we're immediately frogified. That's great. And now we have fucking... fuck. Okay. One of the only safe places it was a damn power slide. And of course, Froggy. Why does this game love spamming this stupid move? Out of my way. This game is something else. Freaking, but then again, Blizzard Beach is the definition of insanity. Freaking, no, literally, it's the definition of insanity. It's called doing the same thing again and again, expecting different results. The only result you'll get from Blizzard Beach is a bullet to the heart and fucking, 6th place every time. And I say bullet to the heart because I actually like the Blizzard Beach theme park. And they fucked it up so bad. Yeah, I like how I was in 1st at the start of this lap, and now I'm suddenly 5th because freaking the enemies are so bullshit. Yeah, my only hope is for fucking this power slide that doesn't work to give me a nice speed boost, and that's not gonna fucking... Oh my god! Oh my god! Fucking bitch! So Adam, you're saying the missiles in CTR are not as good as the acorns in this game? No, the acorns in this game suck. Everything sucks. I'm not sure if I have Cruisin' USA. Alright, fucking overwrite my save file, that way I never have to do this fucking stupid track again. I nearly puked up my Coke Zero. And now I get to try Blizzard Beach one more time. We're gonna see how impossible it is. Like, even if you get good at this game, it still doesn't feel nice to play. Not to me. It just doesn't feel... Like, even if I get past the game's shit factor of difficulty, it just doesn't feel nice to play. Alright, now in 1st place, and what the fuck was that just sped past me? Up, now the Froggy is ending my run before it even began. What the fuck? This game is so bad. Oh, this sounds like a remix. Oh, it is a Deck the Halls remix. But it sucks. Just like this game. Get out of my fucking way. Anytime I say get out of my way, I think of Ocelot from NGS4. Does anyone know the scene I'm talking about? Literally, my only hope is to get freaking items and freaking fire back. Like we're freaking return fire. Alright. What the fuck? It's like the game's freaking tricking me. What the fuck, man? Now I'm in 1st, but how long is this gonna... Freaking, you barely have control in the air, I just noticed. Just noticed that freaking there's... Get out of my way! See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Freaking the same looking acorn! The same looking fucking stupid fucking acorn, and it functions differently! The game is so fucking stupid. I want to fucking scream at the top of my lungs, but I'm not doing that for the sake of my audience and for the sake of my household. Alright, now we're in first. Freaking, oh my god, the freaking bullshit acorn actually spared my life for once, dodging a fucking bullet there. Great. No! Get it. Oh. Fucking god. Dude. I am gonna be honest, people, that is the first time I've beaten Blizzard Beach legitimately. And I did not have fun during a single second of it. Oh. Oh my I didn't say Blizzard Beach was my favorite theme park, I just said I really liked it. Oh my god. This is so bad. Status. Fucking what? Wait, what? I am saving my game again, just to check my fucking list twice and then eat chicken and rice. Actually, Pokesaurus, I'm not crying, not even close. I am just freaking looking at this game thinking it's fucking pathetic. Anyways, I am ending this recording, but not the live stream. Oh, no. Frickin', I've had enough of this game. I'll collect more footage of it later. I'm gonna quit RetroArch. Alright. Oh. This controller functions as intended. Alright, so I got a bunch of games on here. I'm gonna take a look and see which one looks nice. I could always put on my Biohazard suit here, but I'm not sure. I think I should play a DualShock enabled game and see if I can get the DualShock controls working. Gonna ask Adam if he wants to join.
Crash Bandicoot 2. Cortex Strikes Back. Press start to begin.
I'll open up Skype in case. Alright, so the analog... Yeah, Naughty Dog did go downhill from what I heard. So the analog control is not on currently. And I have no idea why this is. Wait. Standard. Ah, DualShock. Let's see. Okay, I got my DualShock controls working. That's good. Got me DualShock controls. Whee. Oh yeah, Pokesaurus, I know. Sending him an invitation was the best thing to do. Yeah. Because if I didn't send him an invitation, frickin' that's a crime equivalent with, manslaughter. That's frickin' not inviting someone to be in a stream is like taking frickin' is like... I don't even know how to describe it. Like, manslaughter is just the first crime I thought about. The first term I thought about. What other term? What's a better one? And here's Adam. Adam, quick! Quick, what's a better crime to compare not being in a stream to?
Better crime is 9/11.
Sure.
Because you would hurt all of the millions of feelings that I have.
Yeah, hurting people's feelings is the worst crime nowadays. Ron Senior Taylor, I'll put Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase on the PlayStation Classic next time.
Also, just so you know, Jesse is here, but he's currently making a remix.
Oh, yeah? And freaking... What'd you think of me suffering the damn game?
It was kind of funny.
Kind of funny?
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
I actually managed to beat the impossible races, but I didn't have fun doing it. Not one little bit. Maybe one day there would be a PlayStation 2 classic. I could dream. Probably wouldn't happen, but I could dream.
If PlayStation 2 classic was made, I'd probably buy it.
I mean, I'd like to buy one. I'd like there to be one. I'm just not sure if Sony would be interested after what happened to the PlayStation Classic.
Well, they fucked up the PlayStation Classic. What do you expect?
Yeah. Same thing what happened with PlayStation All-Stars. PlayStation All-Stars, there was potential in the concept, but then they fucked it up. And now we're... Like, they could make a Smash Brothers clone with PlayStation work.
See, this is what I don't get, though. Why was it so difficult to get a PlayStation Classic right? I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, rights issues, but then it's another thing to put so many fucking PAL versions of games on there. Not even
you know what else?
Like an NTSC version.
You know what confused a lot of people?
What?
There is a... Basically, the PlayStation Classic runs off of an emulator that you could actually download off the internet.
Wait, really?
From what I've heard, yes. And what makes it even more pathetic is that Sony had a fucking actual good emulator they made themselves, and that was on the PSP and the PlayStation Vita. I don't know what fucking happened where they decided, oh, sorry, we can't use this emulator.
Yeah, it's stupid.
And the fucking fact that some of the games they included PAL versions of are up on the PlayStation Store for purchase on PS3.
I mean, shit, they could have even used the PS2's PS1 emulation.
Or PS3's PS1 emulation.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I think PS3 is just barely inferior to the PS2's emulation because of one specific reason. Fucking, in terms of how accurate the emulation is, it's inferior for the PS3 because fucking one underrated gem, Gekio Shooting King, the music does not work on the PS3's PS1 emulation, but it works perfectly on the PS2's.
You got me there.
But see, the thing with that though is that that's the only game that I've seen personally that has that issue. I don't think there's any other game that
I believe there are at least a handful of other PS1 games that don't work properly on the 2 or the 3.
To me, it seems like the PS2's PS1 emulation is literally like as accurate as you can get with PS1. Like, it's 1-for-1. That's what it seems like to me.
I've heard that there are some PS2 games, PS1 games that may have trouble on the PS2. Like, I think Alien Resurrection was one of them. I don't remember if I was playing it on my PS2 or 3. Basically, due to an emulation glitch, a door I needed to go through to proceed the game would not open.
Oh my god.
What the hell? If Brandon was here... Oh, wait, never mind. I found a way to get the boxes.
For now, at least.
Yeah, for now. And then when I eventually do run into problems, Brandon's gonna be freaking being ashamed.
So, how does it feel playing that original version of Crash 2 compared to the remake?
Well, don't forget, I played the original Crash 2 first. Like, all three of them, I played the originals before the remake. That's a bit weird. Well, actually... Hang on. I think in a lot of cases I played the originals before the remakes. Like, even like RE1, I played the original before I played the remake on GameCube. Oh yeah, the female Bandicoot in this is Coco. Crash's sister. Because this is after Tawna got removed. Alright.
Yeah, until Crash Team Racing happened.
And CTR, and the Insane trilogy. And Crash Boom Bang on the DS doesn't count. Yeah, Mario, like, I mean, I even heard PS2 emulation on the PS3s that had it was not perfect, especially, like, on the last model that had it. So, now as for how I feel, I mean... If it's original Crash 2, what else can I say? Tell you this much, my first experience playing the original Crash 2, I was forced to use D-pad controls, because for some reason the PSN release does not have analog support. It may be due to another emulation glitch, but then originally I thought only greatest hits copies of the PS1 version had the analog control, but nope, Black Label... Brandon confirmed to me that Black Label copies have the analog support too. In fact, for a while I had a greatest hits copy, physical copy of Crash 2, but then I later sold it when I got a fancy Black Label copy, complete with the kids to adults rating and the holo cover. Feels so fucking good to be away from Walt Disney Quest. Mario, you missed me playing Walt Disney Quest. That footage gave me a lot to put in the script for the review. Alright. Do I want to play another Crash 2 level, or do I want to try another game? I'm not too sure. Yeah, I do know the SpongeBob movie game was pretty damn bad on the PS3. I even remember when it was available to purchase, but I chose not to purchase it because I had my physical copy. And I still have it. I think I even got a copy of the Xbox version. Alright, one more Crash 2 level. You know, I was about to say one idea of a quote that I was gonna put in the review, but I don't know if I want to freaking talk about that crap. Just let people see it when they see it. Alright. Now we have the surfboard. Whee! I think I have greatest hits copies of all 3 Spyro games. Alright, bye Mario fan. Wait, the greatest hits version of Spyro 3 has audio glitches? I didn't know that. Huh. Thank God for all analog. 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 Thank you. Analog!
Why are you yelling analog?
Because I'm dodging crap with analog. My best friend analog. Freaking... The blue kangaroo is Ripperoo. Wait, Mario, the audio glitches, are you talking about, like, on actual hardware, of like, on an actual PS1, or is it, like, through emulation? Where there's glitches? What? Adam. Still good that freaking with modding you can make the PlayStation Classic better.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I'd say with mods, it's probably the best of the mini systems I have, if only because the Genesis Mini's modding hasn't fully finished yet. Like, apparently, you still can't add games other than Genesis games onto the stock UI, and that's what I like doing. Like, maybe when the Genesis Mini gets that feature added by the modding community, freaking maybe the Genesis Mini will be on top. Then again, I'm not too sure, because when I played Terminator on Sega CD on the Genesis Mini, it actually didn't run as good compared to how it ran on here. No, Ripperoo is not supposed to be a good guy.
Ripperoo says, I hate you.
Ripperoo says, I hate you. Oh my god, this feels so good playing with a PS4 controller. Sadly, in order to use DualShock controls, I have to play on RetroArch, simply because I don't know how to get it working on the stock emulator. Literally, my one complaint with the PlayStation Classic as it is that if you play games on RetroArch, you can't use the stock UI save states. That is my one complaint. And even then, you can still use save states, they just have to be within RetroArch. Oh, 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 oh! Ripperoo is crazy. That's what Ripperoo does. Alright. Oh, audio issues was on the Black Label version. Well, then it makes sense for the Greatest Hits version to fix it, because that's actually what some Greatest Hits versions do. Like, back in the days when you couldn't just patch problems out of games, sometimes problems in games would be fixed on the Greatest Hits versions. Like, Jack X Combat Racing has the infamous autosave bug, where if the game starts autosaving, there's a chance that the autosaving will never stop. And when you inevitably have to turn the game off, it corrupts the save file and can corrupt your memory card. From what I've heard, the Greatest Hits version of the game actually fixes the autosave bug. So, if I don't know if I want to risk it, and because I actually went out of my way to not buy Jack X Combat Racing until I found a Greatest Hits copy. So, when I finally did, I mean, I still don't know if I want to risk it, but I don't know, like, I don't know, collectors hate Greatest Hits games with a passion, and I never understood it, because in my opinion, I actually like Greatest Hits boxes. Well, for the most part. Because, I don't know, like, when I buy a Greatest Hits game, like, especially, like, when I was a kid, like, I always got the feeling I was buying something special. Like, ooh, like, what's this, like, ooh, this is a green label instead of a black label, or this is a red label instead of a black label, like, this must mean this is good. Wasn't always, but... Alright.
It felt kind of the same way with the Nintendo Selects. It was kind of like the red and gold they used.
Wondering if Nintendo's gonna bring it back on the Switch, but we'll see. I mean, Microsoft never brought back the Platinum hits, and then Sony, it took them like freaking 4 to 5 years to finally bring back the Greatest Hits. Oh, except it's PlayStation hits now.
Yeah, it's weird. Honestly, if they really hate it, like collectors that much, I think they mainly just hate it because of the side on the spine being different. Honestly, they could literally make a box of Greatest Hits where the spines are the same. The only difference between the front and back to show that it's a
But then they're
Greatest
gonna
Hits
be like,
version.
oh, but in the case, collectors say about certain games, like, people who collect for the Wii U, and they have that problem with Greatest Hits boxes, I would love to see their reaction to Mario Kart 8 and Super Mario Maker. They buy the so-called Black Label version, and then they promptly whine that it's in a red-colored case.
I always found it weird that the original Mario Kart 8 was in a red case. I didn't think it looked bad or anything, I just thought it was strange. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like... New
like...
Super Mario Bros. Wii makes sense, because that's how the entire game is styled. But, like, Mario Kart 8 is just, like, randomly in a red case.
Oh, look, I have Hellboy, one of the worst RE clones on the PS1. Freaking, I might play that once and then delete it to make room for Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Scoober-to-do. Yeah, that's part of the reason I'm hoping the Switch does get Nintendo Select, so that way some Switch games can be less expensive. Because that's the whole point of Greatest Hits. They're meant to be like a budget line. Like a game that's already sold freaking like hotcakes. So basically...
For a while, I mean, the last thing they did was on March 10th for Mario Day, and even then it was only for like...
I mean, on the eShop they had Splatoon 2 like 33% off, I think because they brought Splatfests back.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting about that until Adam brings it up, that the freaking Splatfests are returning. For, like, it's weird. That they aren't new Splatfests, they're just redoing old ones. Like, they're promoting Splatoon 2 again as if it's a new game again. It's really strange. Like, they even released a free demo. A bunch of stuff.
Just want to make sure the controls are good. Do I remember the Shrek 2 game commercial? Vaguely. I vaguely remember it. Wait, input. No. Wait, user one. Oh, wait. Careful. Where is... Oh, fuck. Quick menu. Oh, options. DualShock. Okay. Trivia question, who are the Power Rangers right there? What team? I'll tell you this much, I didn't know when I was a kid. I didn't know. You know, I wish I put SpongeBob Super Sponge on here because it was made by the same developer as this.
Time Force?
Yeah. Well, they also made the Lightspeed Rescue game on PS1.
Fox Kids.
The funny thing is that the N64 Lightspeed Rescue game was the one that AVGN played. And it's bad. It is fucking bad. And then I played the Lightspeed Rescue PS1 game, like, for Let's Play, years ago.
I hope THQ Nordic and THQ Japan end up becoming big again with the freaking remakes they're doing with the Destroy All Humans and...
Destroy All Humans, SpongeBob.
It'd be nice to see them... They probably won't get as big as they used to be, but it'd be pretty cool to see them, back.
I mean, supposedly they have the rights to a lot of their old Nickelodeon games. That's why some
Apparently
of them...
Nickelodeon themselves are actually kind of restrictive in, like, the development process. Like, when they were doing the Battle for Bikini Bottom remake, they specifically told them to make the model based off of the freaking... Sponge out of... Not Sponge out of water.
Sponge on the Run.
Yeah, Sponge on the Run.
Yeah, they kept changing the title of that movie. And by the way, I do not support that movie because it's CG.
I'll be honest, the CGI itself doesn't look bad, but I would have much rather than have it 2D.
Yeah, it should have been 2D.
I don't know, SpongeBob and CGI just doesn't feel right.
No.
I mean, the most even Sponge Out of the Water, which is a movie I actually think is pretty alright.
Yeah.
As good as the first, but it's not a bad movie at all. Even seeing the characters CG in that just felt weird. But I will say the CG itself does not look bad, it's just... I just don't like it being CG in the first place.
Doesn't seem like anybody got my trivia question of the Family Channel logo we saw at the start.
Yeah.
So I'll give the answer away. It was the Rangers from In Space. Well, funny considering that they never made a game based on In Space.
Strange. Ugh.
It was only this game and Lightspeed Rescue, and then after this game, they never made a Wild Force game for, like, PS2 because Disney had bought the franchise and they didn't give a shit. There was a GBA game, though. Because that's all they needed to do to get out merchandise without expending much effort.
I like the GBA is such a weird system. It always has very obscure-esque games.
It's weird because this game is actually one of the last PS1 games I got brand new. Like, I remember, like, I was with whoever I was with, my dad or whoever, at a Toys R Us. I got this, Peter Pan Return to Neverland, and some other game I don't remember. Mario, what's the quote? Oh, another moderator just handled this? Well, get that out of the way. That stupid message.
I clicked back in the chat, and then I just fixed it up.
Yeah.
I don't know why YouTube likes to do this. I wish you could
oh my god!
Because YouTube is stupid.
Oh! That was my fault. I wasn't looking. There we go.
You have discovered an artifact. Your life force will be...
Now the funny thing with this game is that it doesn't follow the show very well. Like, each level's like set in a different time period when that's not when they did on the show. Like, literally what happens is that 4 of the team members travel back in time from the future, and then they stay in like they travel to the present day, and then they stay there. But supposedly the original plan was to have a time travel concept, but then they found out that the Sentai series that this season was based on, they did the same thing. Hey, characters from the future travel back to the present year, and then they stay there. And because they were limited by the Sentai footage, they couldn't do the time travel thing that much. They did it like in a few episodes, but it wasn't like the main thing. Like, there was one episode where, one of the characters finds out the origin of, like, the clock tower that's their home base. Then there was a 2-part episode where the Quantum Ranger gets his powers, and then the Red Ranger and him go back into, like, prehistoric times where, like, the Quantum Zord is located, and, like, yeah, it's, like, not that many time travel episodes.
Wow.
Oh, and this scene scared the shit out of me. When I was a kid.
Also, Ron Sir Taylor, I'm pretty sure like our entire channels are mostly about old memories about video games.
Yeah.
And playing new ones, so.
And I have to skip this scene from the show, or else Hasbro will be up my ass. They probably already are.
They're watching us right now.
When I was little, I used to get really confused with the difference between the freaking gummy bears and actual Hasbro.
Wait,
What are the
gummy
freaking
bears?
called?
What do they
Not
have to do with Hasbro?
Freaking, there's this brand of gummy bears that's like, I forget exactly what it's called, but yeah.
To make sure.
Oh, Haribo.
Oh, Haribo! Haribo.
Yeah, I used to get really confused. I used to thought Haribo and Hasbro were the same company for some reason because I just never really understood it. For some reason, I always thought it was Hasbro gummy bears.
Yeah, from what I understand, Hasbro copyrights a lot of videos. I don't know if they necessarily copyright Power Ranger videos because they only recently got the franchise. But at the same time, they care more about it than Saban Brands did.
This move is the ground thump special. It can be used against your opponent to send a powerful tremor through the ground. It will also
I've seen a good chunk of some seasons, like, as a part of my marathon project that I have going personally. But I haven't seen much of the newer seasons because I've heard, well, especially the so-called Neo Saban era, because most of it is crap. Like, just yell for 5-year-olds, shut up. Yeah, there are so many more shows that are so-called made for 5-year-olds that had much better writing and actual better stories. No excuse. You know, it's funny, this particular season, Time Force, was considered such good quality that they almost gave it a primetime slot next to the X-Files. But then they kept it on the Family Channel for consistency.
That's funny. Imagine, like, seeing a super serious episode of X-Files. I mean, the X-Files themselves sometimes are episodes that aren't to be taken that seriously. Like, there are some, like, joke-ish episodes, but even still, just imagine like seeing a super hardcore story-driven X-Files episode, and then immediately after you see a bumper, get ready for Power Rangers.
I mean, to be fair, this is one of the Time Force is one of the darkest seasons of the show by far, but it still has the regular goofiness that the series is known for.
Wow. Oh yeah, the freaking apparently the Haribo gummy bears have like some form of laxative inside of them.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, if you eat like a stupid amount of Haribo gummy bears, you will actually get like horrible bowel movement, like because like it has like this weird like laxative reaction. It's really weird.
There's the Haribo packaging where the freaking bear on the packaging looks like it's jumping in the air because of the sour gummies. No, he's not jumping because it's sour. He's dumping because he has to take a huge shit.
Oh god, please don't jump.
Yeah, he jumps exactly like this. He jumps exactly like this. Look, Jesse, he jumps exactly like this. Just faster.
God.
Just faster.
God dang it.
Walk up to the lever.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, X-Files reading divorce papers. God dang it.
Alright, I'm gonna save this game and then I'm gonna go to something else.
Berserk. Freaking me and Brandon were watching freaking Dragon Ball GT. And it's a strange series.
I think wasn't Dragon Ball GT declared non-canon?
Yeah, it was declared non-canon. Even Brandon himself, when we were watching it, he was just like, this is really strange. How do they even know about Kami's lookout and all that? Like, it takes a lot of liberties in the first episode. The first episode kind of feels like what would be the first 4 episodes of a normal series. It's, like, really weird. Goku just feels like a numbtard sometimes. Like freaking, so the entire story of it is that Goku gets turned back into a child. Like
yeah, I know that part.
Well, in the first episode, when he meets his freaking, like he's meeting people that he knows, and they're just like, "Stop it, little kid," or whatever. It's like he's still Goku. He could just tell them straight up that he is indeed Goku, but he just doesn't say anything for some reason, and it's really strange to me that he just waits and just sits there with the blank face while they're freaking out. and he's just not letting them know that he's Goku. It's weird.
I literally have no idea what we're even talking about anymore. Ooh.
I was just talking about Dragon Ball GT because I thought it was weird.
Oh no, it's Walt Nickelodeon Fuck Quest instead of Walt Disney.
No, this game's way better than Walt Disney Fuck Quest. I would take this game over Walt Disney Fuck Quest any day.
What about Arthur's Ready to Race?
Yes. Yes, I would.
What?
Is that your... is Walt Disney Fuck Quest literally your definition of the worst kart racer ever created? They're close to
As far as I'm aware, aside from kart racers that are outright broken, that they don't work. I mean, to be fair, I actually was trying out the PC version of this game earlier, and the PC version has better graphics, better performance, I think, but freaking the handling is fucking weird. Not as weird as Walt Disney Fuck Quest, but still, and the AI doesn't seem to function correctly in the PC version. Like, they keep getting stuck on obstacles.
Wow,
unfortunately for
YouTube messages where it's being held for review. What the fuck?
Unfortunately for us, Mario, we were... Oh my god.
At least Big Rigs is
with
funny. At least Big Rigs is freaking funny.
Also, with Dragon Ball GT, unfortunately for me and Brandon, we were freaking watching the English dub. I mean, we like watching
Three messages in a row? What the hell?
What the heck?
3 messages in a row have been held for review by YouTube automatically. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, how about you fucking hold my ass for review, YouTube? Jesus Christ, 3 in a row.
Babies, redneck mode, bum ba dum ba bum ba
Literally, all you need to do to continue the streak is just put fuck somewhere in your message, and then there you go. Or maybe Fuck Quest is so bad that YouTube pulls it for review.
Oh, Kyle, he already did play it at the very beginning, but he kind of stopped.
And the streak has ended. Oh my god, if Pokesaurus didn't message anything, we would have had a 4 streak.
Fucking...
Also, for some reason I got really confused because someone was asking about the Pokemon anime, I think. Yeah, the original Pokemon series, and then Mario said, at least without the English opening where it's the rap. And I got really confused thinking where, I was like, wait, freaking, apparently Pokemon had a different freaking Poke-Rap or something. But no, I just got confused. I like the first Pokemon series, the red and blue one, which were the original games. Later on, I thought the anime started getting less and less interesting.
I was never into Pokemon. Not the games, not the anime, nothing.
I was
sorry,
never...
I am out of the loop here, but did you already answer Kyle's question about playing Fuck Quest?
Yes, I played it at the start.
Oh, sorry. I was really out of the loop, oh my god.
Anyways, yeah, I was never really into Pokemon at all, but my freaking dad in particular got really into Pokemon Go out of nowhere during the freaking blow up in like 2016 or whenever it released. So then he got into Pokemon and he got really curious about the freaking anime. So he just had it playing in the living room for like about a year or so, just randomly. And there are actually some decent episodes and stuff. At least just the really early ones from the Indigo League.
Yeah, SpongeBob was holding his eyes like wide open, like he is touching his eyeballs.
You know what makes me kind of sad? The freaking new Nicktoons racing games, the really bland one where it doesn't even have voice lines, where it's just freaking stuff.
Yeah,
That
you know,
game is very unfortunate.
this game, you have to give it some credit. It doesn't have new original voice lines in it either, aside from the announcer, but they at least pulled clips straight from the shows.
Yeah, the new one is just dialogue
Even
boxes.
if
and
they
it's
give
cool.
freaking some of the characters the wrong voice lines, like one of Arnold's voice lines is laughing like Harold. And then Tommy
would
has
you
a
do?
scream that I could best describe as being Chucky-like.
What would you do if you were playing a racing game and then one of the characters out of nowhere started laughing like Bob, just
Now I need to make a mod for the PC version. How about that?
Oh god. Fucking, but going back to Pokemon real quick, fucking, as a kid, for some reason, I despised it at first. I have no idea why. For some reason, there was just something about it I hated. And then, eventually, I was like, you know what, I might as well give it a shot. And then I ended up thinking it was way better than I thought.
wow.
But I still do not understand why I initially thought it was bad. I literally don't understand.
I wouldn't say the
Wait,
also
I came up with the next game in the Time Crisis series? When?
also Pokesaurus.
Oh wait, I'm starting to kind of remember.
Is
I remember what I
Pokesaurus.
said.
It's not that the new Pokemon series are bad. It's just to be they aren't as interesting as the older ones. And plus, I was watching so much of it, and I don't really watch TV all that much anymore. I do like watching Shnick's marathons that he creates, but
Yeah.
those are more so just within our group specifically, since
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know about my marathon project, basically I collect a bunch of shows that I liked as a kid, and maybe even some stuff I never got to see as a kid, and I basically put them together in long-form marathons themed after a TV channel.
he all legally owns this stuff in some form or
Yeah,
other, so-
like, I always go out of my way to, like, buy the DVDs and Blu-rays, the digital releases. The only time I ever go to, like, sites like YouTube and Dailymotion is as an absolute last resort. Like, if the show has no official release of any kind.
Mario, if the freaking Virus Crisis is a hit blockbuster movie in the year 2035 and I'm not in it, I'm gonna be angry. I'm just saying.
No, literally, when me and Mario were picking up that fucking bedbug-filled CRT TV and bringing it to my house, we were just talking in my car, and fucking, I made up the line Virus Crisis, because it rhymes. At least it sounds like it does. He's like, yeah, that should be the next game.
Also, freaking 2020 was so garbage, I literally almost died. December 1st, like in between December 31st and January 1st, I almost died falling off my bunk bed in the middle of the night. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
Literally what happened is I cleaned off the top of my bunk bed, which I stopped sleeping on for a long time. I forget exactly why I was sleeping up there again. I think it was because we were renovating the living room, so I don't sleep where I usually do. I usually sleep in the living room. I don't really sleep on the bed. But, we cleaned out the top of my bunk bed so to have a place to sleep that night. And I was so not used to it, that when I was climbing down the bunk bed, the way my bunk bed is I don't have a ladder for it, because it's blocked off by where the TV is. Like, if you try and go down the ladder, you're just gonna get stuck because there's a TV right in front of it. So I have to climb down the other side really carefully. And in the middle of the night when it was really dark, I woke up and I needed to use the bathroom. So I was trying to climb down the side in the dark, and I slipped and I fell, like, top down first. And luckily, my chair was there, so I just slammed my chest into the chair. But if my chair wasn't in that very specific location, I probably would have overturned and like snapped my neck because of how like top forward I was falling.
Fucking Tommy! Out of my way!
I'm
Thank you.
surprised it didn't hurt me as much as it did because it actually, like, it just shocked me more than anything.
Wow.
Mario Virus Crisis is what happens when Time Crisis crosses with House of the Dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine someone made a virus where if you open an email, it just says action, and then your entire computer gets infected, and you have to beat Time Crisis 1 perfectly, or else everything will get deleted.
Bro!
That's a unique form of ransomware.
Bro, I would be the most qualified out of all of us for that.
You'd be sweating bullets, though.
You'd be a
Like
real-life
Jesus
Richard
Christ.
Miller.
No, because remember, I was trying to do fucking really hard times in Time Crisis 1 when I was emulating it on fucking MAME.
Yeah.
Why does Pickles Parkway to me sound really funny? For some reason, the freaking name of this stage is really funny to me.
Pickles.
What the fuck? Is that
Also-
Adam playing a guitar or freaking out of my
It's me.
way?
It's definitely Adam.
I know. Let's go.
Oh my god. I'm gonna lower the audio a bit more.
I don't think Stu would like it to see his child just racing in the street. I'm just saying.
With a sponge, a starfish, and some other fuckers.
I'm just gonna write this down as a really freaking fever dream. Or like one of those freaking weird moments that Rugrats has. There's just like a hallucination.
I mean, yeah, Rugrats does have the imagination shit. Sponge, get out of my way. Fucking Sponge!
Why are you fucking sponging?
Sponge booby. Oh, fun fact, that guy in the poster is Rex Pester from the first Rugrats movie.
No, saying fucking sponge and then sponge booby directly after doesn't help your case. I'm just saying.
Sure it doesn't.
It's over.
Shnick, please. Fucking sponge. Sponge booby.
That's a secret
God
hidden
damn.
dub of freaking Squidward is my best friend in the world.
Stage 2 took you 15 plus tries?
15 tries!
No, he said 15 plus. No, actually, never mind. He only said 15 plus specifically so that he can trigger your 15 reflex.
Action.
Well, you know me. Freaking anytime you say the number 15, freaking I am gonna quote Grandpa Lou. Gritty City Circuit. This is the the one Hey Arnold track in the game. Hang on.
Also, that was really close near the end. Freaking,
What the
The
fuck?
Beavers.
what was I thinking? Oh yeah, freaking when Brandon posted the freaking, VOD of Smash in the freaking Discord. I still think that's one of my favorite freaking made-up quotes. It's just like, 10 Master Hands back in my day, ready to take down 15 Master Hands. It's so stupid.
Yeah, 15 Master Hands. By the way, real quick, I want to say, this game calls the Hey Arnold track Gritty City Raceway, except the actual name of the city in Hey Arnold is Hillwood.
You wanna know what's a better racing game for Hey Arnold than this?
What? That bus game I showed you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey
You
Arnold,
showed
beep
everyone
beep.
on stream.
I don't think I showed it on stream, but I'm probably not gonna do that today.
I know you did play Flash games sometime, but I don't think you showed that specific Flash game on stream.
Yeah. Gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
No. Literally, did everyone leave me? Everyone left me, and now I'm alone on Schnick's stream. I'm staring directly at the baby's head. Freaking, not the baby, freaking, what's his name? You know him, Tommy, yeah. Yep. I don't know what to talk about. Everyone has questions for Schnick and everyone else. What did you think about the Jungle movie, Mario, if you've seen it, that actually got released? I have not seen the original Hey Arnold movie, and the Rugrats movie and Rugrats in Paris and all that I have not seen in a very long time. But when I was little, I wasn't that much of a Rugrats fan, so. Why is that? Why can that even be inside of there? Baby's head. Schnick, come save me, please. Oh my god. Not with the baby's kisses. I would not. Yeah, never mind. Something about this city reminds me of the... Was it Ultimate Spider-Man? It was one of the freaking Spider-Man games that was like cel-shaded and the web swinging was like strange. You start off in like a basketball field. You've never seen the Jungle movie? From what I've heard, Schnick said it was decent, so... Though probably my favorite movie was the Invader Zim Netflix movie. We watched the freaking Rocco movie, but that one was very mixed, and Schnick did not like it at all. So. How's Mountain Range doing? I'm done with Mountain Range. I'm done with high school. Literally all we did was do assignments through Google Classroom, and then after that we were done. It just kind of ended very, very not well, and I didn't really get a last day of school, quote unquote. It just, my last senior day literally just kind of ended. So yeah, that kind of sucked. Simpsons and Arthur were the shows you watch and keep up religiously. Schnick seems to be getting into Simpsons recently and looking it older. Oh, Adam's back.
Yeah, I got interrupted. You know what fucking happened?
What?
I was pulled out of my room to be shown a fucking, like, one of those that you would put...
Like, it was like bowling alley mixed with a bar, except there was no bar. That's like the aesthetic of that place. Did this stream die? Oh no, it didn't. Okay.
It's trying to like pass though.
Like the networks like you guys. Yeah, all of us are freaking TV network nerds. Well, mainly me, Schnick, and somewhat Brandon. Adam apparently has not seen much TV himself.
No, because fucking... Well, no, I saw a lot of TV as a kid because we had, at first, DirecTV and then eventually Comcast, but then we decided to stop paying for it, and now we don't have fucking cable or satellite. We have one of those fucking shitty antennas that you buy at fucking Home Depot or whatever that only gives you local channels, which
Well,
doesn't give you any of the good shit. Like, no Cartoon Network, no
And
fucking
to be
Nickelodeon,
fair, why
none
would
of
you
that.
want Cartoon Network in these modern times?
The last
Well, I'm just
cartoons I probably ever watched were Wonder Over Yonder and Star Versus that were airing live. I mean, I saw a tiny bit of Rick and Morty and a tiny bit of
Fucking
Steven
the
Universe,
love
but I didn't really
brothers!
catch them. Immediate rage. 3 seconds into a game.
See, I wish these shows were more readily available on platforms, but like even like places like Netflix, yeah, they have a bunch of stuff, but like nothing from the major networks.
Not
Literally
anymore.
nothing.
When Netflix first started their video on demand thing, they had the Nickelodeon shows, but then they got rid of that partnership. They started one with Cartoon Network, but then Cartoon Network bailed out too. And then at one point they had a couple of Disney things like Phineas and Ferb, but then Disney Plus happened.
I'll be honest, if I could...
I mean, it seems that Nickelodeon... Sorry to interrupt, Jesse. It seems that Nickelodeon and Netflix are slowly teaming back up again, but slowly. Alright, go on.
Love to add to that, I'd love to see an Invader Zim Resurrection, but anyways, besides that, freaking... If there's anything that I'd want to show people, I would show people stuff that they haven't got to experience, specifically with medias like video games and cartoons and stuff. Like with Adam, I'd want him to go back and beat the games he'd never beaten, like Mario Galaxy and stuff like that, because to me it's just insane that he'd get really far up and then just never beat games. He did go back and beat a couple of them. But the
Yeah, it's
types
a
of...
fucking problem I have. Like, literally, I'll play a game for a while, and then I'll forget about it, and then fucking they so happen to be right at the end of the game when I stop. And then I'll just get ruined. Because by the time I go back, I'm like, what happened?
Adam, you know that happened with me recently?
Yeah.
That game that I never finished was BioShock Infinite, and then I freaking beat it this Saturday, not realizing I was at the end, and people kept telling me about the insane ending. It was not what I expected. I didn't think it was that insane. Could be because I've seen... I feel like I've seen everything that media has to offer, but I don't know. Maybe it's because Castlevania Season 3 had an even bigger mindfuck, but that I didn't understand.
But one game I don't think I could finish. I mean, I probably could, but it would be really fucking tedious and difficult. Would be The Lord of the Rings 2 Towers. That game is unbelievably fucking difficult at the end. Like, it's insane.
And
Adam,
Adam, all you have to do is just downgrade to easy mode. Downgrade to easy.
Oh yeah, speaking of Lord of the Rings, freaking we saw the first Lord of the Rings. We saw Fellowship of the Rings on Netflix together as a group because Adam hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
And the other 2 movies weren't available. Now it's the opposite. Now both of those, now Two Towers and the last movie, I can't remember the name of the last movie right now. Return of the King.
Was it
those 2
movie?
movies? Yeah, the second and third movie are now on Netflix now, but not the first one. It's really strange.
What the fuck?
But anyways,
I mean, I have
Mario,
the extended editions of all 3 digitally.
3, 2, 1.
Also, Mario, that's strange how you said you didn't want to get caught watching TV all that much. I never really had that problem. Probably because
go on.
my family would watch TV. Probably because my family themselves would watch TV with me, even if it was just cartoons. Freaking trying to remember. I've also heard that back in the 2000s, Adult Swim purposely made their bumpers and stuff really weird. Not necessarily for style purposes, but they said their main reason for having really strange bumpers in that era was to actually lure kids away and scare them. to want to make them change the channel rather than continue watching stuff.
That's
Eventually,
clever.
Yeah. Eventually, when kids started doing that anyways, they decided to put on King of the Hill, which they felt the humor was a lot more nuanced, and they thought it wouldn't appeal to kids as much. So that's why King of the Hill would always air for like an hour at first, and then it would go into the stuff like Robot Chicken and a lot more stuff like that.
Damn it!
So.
Yeah, it also made me experience a lot of King of the Hill at that. But I always thought it was really weird that Cartoon Network
Damn
turned
it!
into Adult Swim at night.
I always thought that was strange too. I mean, when I saw Nick at night, it seemed like they were connected because, you know, it's still Nick. But like when I saw Cartoon Network shift to Adult Swim, it felt like two completely different cable channels.
I mean, last time I watched Adult Swim, it seems like, especially on Saturdays, they go straight to Toonami with Adult Swim. Because I was watching Adult Swim to watch the final season of Samurai Jack live.
Oh, speaking of Adult Swim, actually, I was over at Brandon's house, and you know how he always has his TV on in the background?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you...
We had the misfortune of having bubbly shit on in the background when I came for the Colorado trip, because that's what they had on.
Wow. Well, we were eating, and then I go upstairs, and then I notice that it's playing American Dad, so I see the rest of that episode. And then it starts going into a bumper, and Adult Swim had an Animal Crossing bumper, where it had a bunch of, like, clothing and stuff made by Adult Swim themselves, and they were literally advertising...
I just barely won!
Also, Jesus Christ.
Adult Swim was advertising Animal Crossing?
Yeah, and then and then I checked Twitter, right? And then it turns out that was the only time it aired. And I just happened to catch that, like, live. Like, I just happened to catch that live. It was really strange.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I could find it and just put it in the Discord. Oh, God.
You know, mentioning the Colorado shit fucking makes me wonder where the next big trip will take us.
Yeah.
Shnick's been wanting to go to, like, an amusement park or something.
Like, I was thinking if all of us saved up the money for it, we could all go to Orlando or something. Like, during an off-peak period.
Oh, yeah,
what would be considered off-peak?
Like, September, January. Well, late January, or... I think.
It could be an interesting birthday idea for me and Jesse.
Alright, so I found the freaking designs. So they had freaking Rick's lab coat, freaking Aku for his shirt, Carl, which is a freaking guy from Team Aquaforce, just a generic Adult Swim black shirt, a Toonami like mask, Meatwad, like a Meatwad sweater, C-Lab 2021, I don't remember off the top of my head what that is, Free Hat Limit 1, whatever that's from, another Samurai Jack thing where it's Samurai Jack's, like, robe, an Adult Swim Games shirt, a Jerry thing, then Frylock as, like, a freaking shirt, so...
You know, you just remind me that they're actually Adult Swim actually got a developer to make a Samurai Jack game.
I think I heard about the Samurai Jack game.
Yeah, and apparently it looks like it seems that they're putting effort into it, but I don't know. I mean, wouldn't be the first Samurai Jack game. There was a decent one on the GameCube and PS2, and then there was also a side-scroller on the GBA.
I remember staying up really late on Boomerang and seeing Samurai Jack and the Batman airing. I always found it weird that those would air extremely late. Like
Well,
at 1 or 2
because
a.m.
of their darker tone, it's probably not a surprise to me anyway.
I just found late night Boomerang to be really interesting. They had different bumpers and stuff. Like, I don't know, it was really interesting.
Yeah, I do not
fucking-
I do not like the art style that a lot of modern cartoons use. I won't call it Cal Arts because from what I understand, that name is pretty inappropriate to use. In fact, supposedly the people, I mean, supposedly most of the current animators at Cartoon Network never even went to Cal Arts. Because Cal Arts is the name of a animation school, like where a lot of the greats have gone to. But I call it just bubbly shit because I think that's more of an apt title. Basically, it is so bad on Cartoon Network that nearly everything on Cartoon Network looks like a Steven Universe clone. Even if the quality of the shows are actually good, which I don't know, I don't care to look into it. Not to mention, I just hate the dude bro humor that the commercials play off.
Apparently Steven Universe, when it was first airing and first shown off, the actual ads and commercials for it were so bad that people actually, had a very negative impression of the show. But then
well, even though there's lots of Steven Universe fans, I think people are a bit divisive towards it still. Especially since the fan base is reportedly very toxic.
Apparently it got split near the end because they had the original series, right?
And then they had a sequel series after the movie.
So they had a sequel series called Steven Universe Future, which apparently went into post-traumatic stress and stuff like that, and what was going on, and it went into a lot more darker subjects with the main character. And apparently that split a lot of the fan base because they just wanted it to be happy type of thing or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Mario, by that logic, all shows on Nickelodeon should have had SpongeBob's art style, which they don't.
I would rather a show have an art style that represents the feeling the show is trying to go for.
It's weird, people keep bringing up, how each decade has its own style of animation. I would argue against that, because
specifically in the 2000s.
In the 90s and the 2000s, really. Freaking... Look at the 3 original Nicktoons. You have Ren and Stimpy trying to emulate classic cartoons, I guess you could say. Doug has... generic art style, I guess you can say, but, I mean, Doug is Doug. No other show has really looked like Doug. Not to mention, it had its own stylistic choices. And then Rugrats, of course, introduced the Klasky Chupo art style, and sure, that was mainstay on Nickelodeon for a while, but there was an excuse. It was all made by one company.
Also, with Doug, I always thought Doug reminded me of 60s comic strips with the ink blotting and all that, the way it looks. Yeah, with the colorations of the blue and the different character styles. It kind of reminded me of just a type of 90-cent comic book or something. But Disney's Doug kind of reminds me of something that would be a kid's book.
Fucking Tommy! Stop it!
That's what it reminded me of.
Alright, well, that time I was stupid. I shouldn't have run into him.
So,
I love Doctor Who,
So let me clarify. You argue about each era of animation looking different,
Well, yeah, people also brought up the 1980s, except the 80s is a really bad argument to bring up because the 80s was not a good decade for animation, and neither was the 70s. TV animation, that is.
For me, I wouldn't
Hell,
say
theatrical
each era
animation was
looked-
pretty bad too. At least for... not... Theatrical animation was not quite as bad as the TV animation was, but, I mean, well, the 70s and 80s were not particularly a good time for Disney.
I'd say, I mean, while the eras do kind of have their own look for the most part, because, let's be honest, fucking, like, 50s animation looked way different from 2000s animation, but I'd say it more has its own feel to them, rather than the look. Like, fucking, Ren and Stimpy, yeah, it looks like the older styled animations, but it has its own feel to it.
Yeah, I feel
Well,
like
there
Ren
is a saying that
Stimpy-
there's some shows that couldn't have been made in any other decade than the era they were made in. Like, Kablam was like an embodiment of the 90s. Like,
I feel like there's
so I
some
mean, yeah,
shows
the
that just
feeling
really look
could
good.
feel the same, but to say all shows in a decade use a similar art style to defend the bubbly shit, no.
Well, I wouldn't say it's like they all use a similar art style, they just have their own look. Like, it's something about the look that defined the genre, I think, is what people are trying to get at. Rather than just saying, yeah, they all look like this. But that's why I'd say more so feel rather than look, because looks can be deceiving.
Yeah.
The feeling is...
But it doesn't change the
just
fact that
okay.
2010s has been the host of a lot of bad shows.
Fucking 2010 sucked. Wasn't it like late 2000s that Cartoon Network had a lot of reality shows?
Yeah, CN Real was like 2008,
Like Destroy, Build,
2009,
Destroy?
maybe 2009.
Yeah, fucking... I don't know how I got through that era of Cartoon Network. That was insane.
Not to mention,
No, it actually had...
you know something that really... Something I remembered personally, I remembered people freaking out about it on internet message boards back then. So, it was... People on the internet knew that Ed, Edd n Eddy was getting the Big Picture show, the finale movie, except Cartoon Network was dead silent about when they were actually going to air it.
Mario Racer 101.
And then
Hello?
it finally got to
Why
the
is there
point...
so many Mario?
It finally got to the point where in early 2009, Ed, Edd n Eddy's 10th anniversary rolled by, and people were wondering, oh, are they saving the movie for the 10th anniversary? The actual 10th anniversary of Ed, Edd n Eddy goes by, nothing happens, but then, like a week or two later, it's announced that the Powerpuff Girls is getting a 10th anniversary special. Even though the Powerpuff Girls had ended like freaking 5 years prior.
That sucks.
What'd you say? My headphones fell out.
I said that kind of sucked.
Yeah, and I remembered everyone was fucking pissed off about it, but then thank God eventually the movie did air at the end of the year.
Also, Mario Racer 101, yeah, there are lots of strange 80s cartoons. I feel like 80s are, like, very specifically of the time. But also, I didn't mean to sound like... When I said Mario Racer 101 hello, the only reason why I said that wasn't meant to be insulting or anything. It's just that there are so many people that have Mario inside of their tag that are specifically in our, like, group chat. It's very strange.
Including
first we have-
me.
Yeah, Adam over here, his tag is MarioTube101. Then we
Oh,
have Mario
oh, wait,
in chat.
but first we
Then we
gotta,
have Mario
wait,
Fan.
Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. First we gotta clarify which Adam we're even talking about, because now there's two Adams. Also me, and another one in chat. Like, throughout the
there's
stream,
Adam.
I've seen the Adam in chat ask, "Are you talking to me?" When Shnick said my name, well, our name, because we have apparently both the same name.
Oh, sorry
So,
about that,
yeah,
Adam
we gotta
M.
clarify.
Sorry.
Yeah, Adam too.
Bye,
Adam in chat.
Pokesaurus.
But yeah, anyways, as you were saying,
Get eaten by Squidward's mouth in this game. Anyway.
Yes.
that's
Yes.
not at all what I was expecting you to say.
Anyways, honestly, I have no idea where my thought process went. When I saw Tommy get swallowed, it completely stopped.
We're talking about.
You were talking
we were
about
talking
everyone
the
having
names.
similar names.
Oh yeah, there's Mario fan, there's Mario in chat, there's Adam, Mario 2, but now there's Mario Racer. It's very strange.
Yeah, but then there's like the Mario with the Sonic profile that actually is named Mario IRL.
Yeah, that's Mario in chat. It's him.
And
Yeah,
it's the
back when
it's
Adam-
the most fucking backwards thing I would have thought at the time. Like, well, maybe not backwards is the right term, but like it was fucking really strange.
And what's even more
Oh,
funny is they
Jesus
have
Christ.
a cousin named Mario.
Fuck.
So,
You know,
Yeah, Mr.
Adam,
Rabbit.
back when I
Mario
still
just goes
primarily
down
referred
over
to you by your username, I would always call you Mario, and that's why I called the Mario in chat for such a long time, but now I just call him Mario because, well, that's his real name, and I call you by your real name.
Except now that doesn't work, so now you're gonna have to start saying either like Adam M or whatever his name was, or Adam in chat.
Okay.
Adam in chat works.
I don't know.
Adam in chat has like an almost ring to it. Oh my god.
Wow.
But yeah, I think we all just started slowly defecting over to calling Adam Adam. Because, also, that was a really confusing sentence.
I mean,
wait,
Brandon...
Wait a second, hold on. Wait, Mario thought that my name was Mario? Like, in real life? What?
Well, we all
didn't know
called you
this.
Mario. Well, we all used to call you Mario during the podcast days and, like, early days of that. Well, I wouldn't say early days.
Even Brandon called Adam by his username, like in the earliest videos he appeared in with me.
Well, actually, Mario, me being a bigger fan of Zelda is highly inaccurate because, honestly, there's no real rhyme or reason why I have a fucking
Cat dog,
profile
get away from me!
Mario in it, but then have a link
Get away,
profile
no.
picture. Like, the only reason why I have the profile picture I have is literally because it's actually a meme. You won't really be able to tell based off of YouTube's image size. But it's actually a meme. That's my profile picture.
What his profile picture says is something like, puts iron boots on, sing, puts them in pockets, float. It's something like that. That's what it says. And then it's like it's literally like an early meme where he just has like an image and then behind it is like a color spiral. That's what his icon is. Adam himself, from what I know about him, I don't think he's that much of a Zelda fan. Like, he's played some Zelda games, but probably wouldn't consider himself like a huge Zelda fan, like something he talk about all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The Funko Land Adam. What Funko Land Adam?
I mainly don't really play Zelda because fucking I don't want to solve puzzle.
I mean, that's why I hated Ocarina of Time so much back in the day.
Ocarina of Time, there are some puzzles which aren't
Water
even puzzles.
dungeon, water dungeon,
So.
water dungeon. That's all I gotta say, water dungeon.
Can I say one thing about the water dungeon in Ocarina of Time?
Too much water,
What?
7 out of 10.
No. Not
Fuck you.
IGN. Not IGN. Freaking... I played the 3DS version, freaking when I was on a trip to Florida. I actually managed to get through the whole on my actual N64 cartridge. And I got through more than half the temple without a guide as well. But then at one point, I got stumped. Specifically, I was in, like, the middle pillar.
Oh, you
In
did
the middle
the
pillar
loop.
of, like, the water temple, and I couldn't
You
find
got
out what to
stuck
do.
in the loop.
I
got
eventually
stuck in the loop.
looked up a guide, and I found out one really, really little change the 3DS version made that made it to where I could beat the 3DS version without a guide, but why the N64 version, I needed a guide. Basically, in the middle pillar part of the water temple, you're supposed to, like, raise the water up to a certain amount. Then you need to put
they
on the
added a
iron boot.
cutscene.
What?
They added a cut. Didn't they add a cutscene or something?
Yeah,
to make
I'm
it
gonna
more
get to
clear?
that. So, they... So, basically, you have to raise the water up to a certain point, and then a box that's at the bottom of the floor will raise up, and so you need to put on the iron boots and go in a hole that was beneath the box. But in the N64 version, you wouldn't know this without going down there and checking yourself. The 3DS version, every time you raise the water in this middle section, they pan the camera down to show the box lifting and the hole being revealed.
Mm-hmm.
And since they don't do that camera pan in the N64 version, you either have to discover it on complete accident or look up a guide. That
Or
one...
you just have to magically know that that box is gonna float.
That one camera pan was all it took in the 3DS version.
Also, Adam, I wouldn't say Zelda has that much complicated puzzles. I would say the 3D games do. But if you're gonna actually play a Zelda game, I would say play Wind Waker, because in my opinion that's the easiest 3D Zelda game. Or play Link to the Past, because I think Link to the Past is an amazing Zelda game.
See, okay, here's my thing with Link to the
'Cause-
Past, though. Fucking, literally, assuming I'm thinking the right game, because I'm tired and I'm probably not thinking
It's
the right
the
game. but
SNES
assuming
game.
this-
It's a
Yeah, okay, then that is what I was thinking. Okay, fucking, the thing with that game is I legit sat down, tried to play it one day, it was like almost a teen, I think, and there was literally one point where I just couldn't figure out what to do, and I didn't even get that far in the game. Like, I remember getting up to the point where I get Zelda out of her fucking cage, and then I was stuck on what I was supposed to do. I literally couldn't figure it out. I mean, maybe I was stupid back then and just didn't know what to do, or...
I think you just didn't know what to do. Literally, all you do once you get Zelda is go upstairs. And then that's it. Like, there's no puzzle or anything. You just go up, from what I'm
Yeah,
thinking
and then-
of.
And then
So-
fucking... And then there's the actual challenge that I will call bullshit on, no matter what people say, where, like, some of the fucking things, I don't remember what you call them in Breath of the Wild, but, like, you know those things that you find that are, like, mini
Korok?
dungeons?
The shrines?
Yeah, the fucking shrines. Some of the shrines are just outright fucking bullshit cryptic fuck that there's
There's, like,
literally
2 or
no
3
way
that are-
you can fucking solve them without a guide. Like, literally no way.
In my
And
opinion,
yeah, it's
the
like a
worst...
couple of them, but like still, if you're gonna 100% it, they're still fucking bullshit.
In my opinion, most
the
of
thing
those
is, like,
shrines are
because
fine.
it's the thing is too is that because it's non-linear, it's entirely possible that someone could just come across it super early and then get the wrong impression of what shrines are like, and like, what the fuck is this?
To be honest, there's only like 2 shrines that I don't think are that good. One of them has to do with motion controls, and I don't remember it off the bat. And the other one that is stupidly cryptic is the one where you have to decipher
Yes, I did, Mario.
constellations on the wall. So
Okay, for the motion control one, is it like the thing where you move the controller to tilt the maze and you have to guide a ball into a hole or something like
it's
that?
not that one. That one's not that bad. But there's another one that's similar to it, but it's much harder, and that one's stupid. But I don't remember the name of the shrine. But it's not that one. That one's early-ish in the game, but there's another one that's similar but way harder. And it's really stupid. But the only shrine that I think is quote-unquote cryptic is just the Constellation one. All the other ones are fine.
I
But Link to
remember
the
one.
Past is actually not that bad of a game. You don't even have to get all the items to beat it.
I remember one where there was something like you had to go in one shrine to get specific information, and then you had to go in a different shrine to put in that information, and vice versa, and it had to do with fucking patterns, and it like made no absolute sense.
That one, that's the one, I think that's the one where it's like the split mountain, and you have to go on each side of the mountain with those two shrines. Those ones made sense because I instantly cheesed that shrine by just taking a picture with the capture button.
See,
So-
with me and Brendan, we literally couldn't fucking figure out what the hell we were supposed to do. Like, we had to look up a guide. It was that
Really?
bullshit. Yeah. 'cause we
Wow,
had
I
so much
literally
trouble.
figured it out first time playing it. Like, I went
What
in
the
both of them
fuck?
first. I'm like, oh, they have to be connected in some way. So then I just took a picture of both of the insides and then put in the combination and then literally finished and went on my way.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred.
Yeah, I don't know what it was about it that made it fucking difficult for us, but just know that literally...
I think you guys were over.
Wait a minute! Gaming in the...
To the hideout of the
I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, Mario.
So do
know
I.
what the fuck exactly you know. Wow.
Oh,
So
shit.
we just all watched that same video then?
Oh,
It was Bravo.
the original
Fucking gaming.
audio.
Nobody was in it.
It's so stupid.
Strangely, most of the equipment was still there.
Who names their fucking review show that?
Soon discovered
Supposedly it's called that because those reviews were actually made back in the so-called Clinton years.
Yeah, those are just basically they're just like game reviews, like classic YouTube game reviews, pretty much.
Well, no, what
Quote,
happened
unquote,
was
classic.
those
They're
were
not even
actually
good, though.
those
In fact,
were like
those
part
aren't
of
even
a
original YouTube series. That was originally a TV series, and it was called something different when it was on TV.
Wait, on TV?
or it was on
Yeah,
radio.
gaming in the Clinton years is basically just a port to YouTube, but it was a
Port
it was
to
it's
YouTube.
called some yeah, because no, it was called something else when it was on TV, and then at some point it stopped airing on TV, and they moved it onto YouTube, but they called it a different name. It's stupid.
Like,
Reviews
it's
aren't even
weird
good.
because those reviews were made at the time those games were released. Like, I remembered their infamous Mario 64 review where they overall were kind to the game, but one of their criticisms was the fact that the game, quote-unquote, only had 15 main levels.
Wait,
Really?
Yeah, that was one of their criticisms. They literally start the thing off by saying, so, you just paid $200 for the new Nintendo 64 and the new Mario game. And then I remember, like, at the end of the video, they, like, had, like, a little note about, like, the Saturn and the PlayStation competing. Another thing notable about this reviewer was that they were one of the few, at the time, reviewers that gave a negative review to Final Fantasy VII. And they got a lot of backlash for it, to the point where they made a response to it.
You know, that sounds a lot similar to recent events with a YouTuber, except they never made a response video.
I know there were lots of people who didn't like Breath of the Wild, who gave it like a mediocre review. Like
Well, no,
6,
Jim
7, 8.
Sterling got the receiving end of Zelda fanboy attacks when he gave Breath of the Wild a 7 out of 10.
Oh god.
And then a reviewer by the name of Jeff Gersman lost his job for giving a game called Kane and Lynch a 6 out of 10.
It seems a bit extreme.
Yeah. Well, it's
Can I
because
just ask,
the,
what
it
the
was
fuck
because
is
the
even
publisher
happening on this
Eidos
stream
was
right now?
paying off the website for a good review.
Oh, it's the original Resident Evil intro, Adam. Have you not seen this?
No.
You
This looks
haven't
stupid.
seen the original? Oh, you haven't seen the original Resident Evil opening? Mate.
Complete with the original Japanese song.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jill and I will stay in the home.
No, they used live footage of people and actors. Most of these people you can't even find today because reasons.
Well,
But, yeah,
actually,
used
Jesse,
live footage.
a lot of the actors in the live action cutscenes have been tracked down.
Well, really?
Some of them,
can't find-
some of them have taken longer than others to be found, but quite a few of them have been found. I think the only one who's never been found as of yet is the actor who played Jill. Like,
You know,
Also, I have no idea why Raymond is so popular in Animal Crossing. It might have to do that he's the only character who has 2 different colored eyes, but yeah, I couldn't tell you.
wait, he has 2 different colored eyes?
Yeah, one is blue, one is green.
I didn't
like
know
Chris
that.
Chan. Why am I playing the Japanese Resident Evil? Because why not?
Jesse, I'm gonna be honest, I literally never even noticed that he had 2 colored eyes. From all the fucking YouTube thumbnails that I've seen.
That's almost as bad, Adam, as you calling medleys melodies for most of your life.
Oh my god, you're gonna bring that up again?
I'm just saying, it's like the most defining characteristic, but
What do you mean it's the defining characteristic? Oh yeah,
Like the
Adam's
six-
defining characteristic is his retardation because he called it Medley's Melodies. And he thought that his whole life for like 17 years or however long it was.
I like how you're the one who called me crazy. I'm just saying. You're like, Jesse, you're an idiot. I'm gonna look this up right now, and then just silence for 5 minutes. And you're just like, what?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I swear to God, at one point, it literally seemed like everyone called them melodies. Like, it literally felt like I got teleported to a different realm at one day, and
Jesse?
nobody ever told me.
Jesse, freaking... I'm trying to think of some of the stories that the live-action actors gave when they were eventually interviewed by the fan base. I think most of them were living in or near Japan at the time. Because I guess Japan has a reasonably big business with English-speaking actors. Like, especially back in the 90s, but basically, from what I understand, Capcom was literally just finding people off the street who matched the artwork.
What the hell?
And supposedly many of the actors didn't even know exactly what it was they were working on until they later found out about the game years later. Like, the live actor who played Barry apparently worked as a school teacher in Australia, and he had no idea what he had worked on until some of his students in his classes recognized him from the games.
Wow.
And they told him.
Can I just say, I've been watching a Let's Play of the remake, and seeing the original game again makes this mansion feel a lot less scary. Like, it just kind of looks like a normal mansion.
Yeah.
That's just well lit. I still really liked the original game. I actually played through the entire original game before even seeing the remake. I actually didn't even know the remake existed until I saw stuff that it was being ported to Xbox One and PlayStation and all that. when I saw that, I thought the remake was like completely new. I thought it was made for Xbox One and stuff, not for GameCube.
Yeah.
But I found out a little bit later that it was actually an older game. But I actually played the way I played the first game was actually on the Nintendo DS through the freaking Deadly Silence remake.
I mean, here's the thing with the Japanese version of this game. Freaking... The Japanese version is actually easier than the original American version that we got. Because the original Japanese version had auto-aim, and you also got more ink ribbons per pickup. Both of which were not in the American version, supposedly because they wanted to get more rentals from people who had a tough time beating the game.
Wow, they literally did like the freaking classic like NES, SNES.
Yeah, in fact, the changes they made to the game reportedly made it hard even for the developers and playtesters.
Oh my god.
Wow.
And thankfully, I have the pleasure of being able to say that I beat the original American version of RE1 as Chris. Significantly easier with Jill. But
I'm not sure how the DS version is in terms of difficulty, but I played as Jill, which already Jill's like the slightly easier pick.
No, I have not seen that anime.
So.
Well, part of the reason why Jill is easier is because Barry bails her out of a lot of situations. That, and she gets an extra weapon, the grenade launcher.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't she have more storage space, or is that only...
Yeah, she has more storage space. Like, literally the one thing that Chris has over her is that he can take a little bit more damage, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, and Jill also has the lockpick, you know, the master of unlocking and whatnot.
Only you, the master of unlocking.
Wait, I want to see, there's...
Freaking Shnick, apparently, I was in a call with Adam and Brandon like a week or so ago. They were playing Modern Warfare, and I was just on YouTube, watching random stuff and playing my guitar, right? And sometimes I just play my guitar, like, subconsciously, like, not really thinking about what I'm playing. Apparently, I was playing the freaking Man and Gauze theme without even realizing.
The Man and Gauze, the Man and Gauze.
Yeah, Adam was recording his gameplay because he does that when he plays Call of Duty. And he was going back showing me the footage, and I just hear me going like, and I'm just like, what the heck was I playing? And then he's like, you're playing the Man in Gauze. I'm like, what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, like doing it subconsciously without even realizing. It was stupid.
Wow.
Also, can I say I actually prefer tank controls in this game?
Yeah.
As compared to the free motion controls in the remake. I think it's partly because I was used to it in the DS version, but also when you're like holding forward and the camera switches when you're using the quote-unquote smooth controls, it doesn't feel correct, and like sometimes you go all like wibbly wobbly. But with tank controls, when you're holding up, your character always goes forward. And since they're facing forward in the camera switch, it doesn't affect the controls. And plus, with tank controls, you could strafe backwards, while with the free motion controls, the character has to spin around first and then go backwards. Like, you can't, like, move backwards while facing forwards. So I actually like tank controls better.
Yeah.
At least in RE1.
I could see that. What the hell?
Why did Chris do an elegant spin there?
Oh, there's the zombie.
the elegant spin.
Spin. Spin.
I can't believe me destroying a game that I fucking hated in the end, and me destroying it was the trade-off for causing an inside joke to be born.
Yeah.
The only thing that really happened with me in games was Monkey Ball. The only thing that came out of Monkey Ball was Bob's series, and then me getting angry. But then I never uploaded the rest of
The
it.
Bob
Wait,
the...
what do you mean Bob series?
Bob's story.
What?
Bob the...
When I first
Oh.
told the Bob the Builder story, I told it when I was recording Monkey Ball.
Yeah, and to this day, you never uploaded the rest of the videos for that series.
Because they're boring. It was when I was sad, so...
Aw. We all know why I haven't uploaded H2 video. The main what series?
Just the main episodes, like the ones that are required to really say, yeah, I did this series. You know what I mean?
I did remake the Let's Play, that counts.
Wait, Adam, you used to call Infinite Warfare Infinite Fuckfare?
No, I think you used to call
No.
it Bullshit Warfare.
No, I searched Mario Tube 101 Black Ops 3 to try and find him destroying the disc, right? What I end up finding is Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Last Gen version commercial. And then after that is playing Black Ops 1 instead of Infinite Fuckfare or Shit Ops 3 from 3 years ago.
I think you have to look for a video called
I
Dawn of
said
the
that
Final
in that
Day.
Video?
No, that's the title of the video. That's literally the title of the
Jesse.
video.
You have to look for a video called Dawn of the Final Day, I think.
I might actually watch these. Oh!
That video was really stupid, by the way. I just want to let you know.
The elegant spinning one?
Yes,
I've already seen it.
that video is really stupid.
But
Also,
come
is the
on!
freaking-
What about your elegant spinning?
That's
Also,
like
Adam,
the only interesting part. Also, Jesse, the video you were referencing, fun fact, that was the school project I tried.
No, I know.
putting-
I already know. That's what I was literally... No, but I actually remember that. When I clicked on it, I was going to say, oh, this is your school project that everyone didn't understand or hated for some reason. That Norfolk
Yeah,
didn't like.
literally the entire class,
I don't get it.
didn't get the point, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, I got ruined, okay, let me try and explain exactly why that's important. I tried uploading it to my school's thing called MTV, funny enough, and it would be broadcasted to the entire school on Thursday, I think, and I tried submitting it, and I was told, no, this is not being put on MTV. And I'm like,
Watch
in a
the start.
debate, I was debating with the teacher as to like why this actually would be funny to people that understand it. So the teacher basically proposed that if there's someone that gets it in the class, then it would be uploaded. It shows it to class. Literally, none of the students understood what the point of it was. And that's when I realized that gamers apparently hardly exist in schools. But no, for real though, it's stupid, because if you really honestly think about it, this isn't about whether or not the class itself gets it. It's just, it doesn't matter, because you're broadcasting this to an entire fucking school. I mean, in my opinion, I don't really give a shit if not a lot of people understand it, but the people that do understand it would probably have a laugh about it, or if not, just laugh at it for how stupid it is. But no, because one isolated class doesn't understand it, not being uploaded, when it would have been shown to an entire fucking school where there's guaranteed at least one person there that would understand it. It's so stupid.
It actually is stupid. And when I saw it for the first time, I understood what he was going for. Literally, all what it is him. It's literally just a parody of a commercial, basically making fun of the last gen version of Black Ops 3 about how bad it is. It's literally just like, oh, you want to play the new game but on worse hardware? Well, this is how it is. It's basically just trying to make the game look good, but in reality, it's bad. So
yeah, and I am just gonna fully acknowledge that yes, the video is extremely fucking retarded, and if you watch it, you might cringe, but fucking, it was in high school. Everything you make in high school is most likely going to be cringe anyways, so who cares?
Oh! Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
sorry, I was literally watching the video when
Yes, I'm Rebecca.
saying that, and I just hear, so you will still love the beautiful graphics. And the freaking stupid trees are just potato.
Really sorry. Are you alright?
Jesse, as soon as you started laughing, I hear Rebecca's first quote, "Ow! Ow, no!"
Well, because the helicopter made a forced landing, I just
That's
ran
probably
into
what
this
Adam
house
said
anyway,
as soon as he went to
but
rewatch that video. Oh no.
Yup, freaking Adam, in case you don't know, the earlier RE games all had English voice acting, even in the Japanese versions. It wasn't until like the more recent games that they got Japanese voice actors.
I serviced the helicopter recently.
Reportedly there was a Japanese dub of RE1 made, but they scrapped it because, get this, it was said to be really bad quality.
But
They can
isn't
never
the
find this
original English version not as good as it could be either?
Apparently the people at Capcom thought the Japanese voice track was even worse than what the English audio was. Funny considering that
God.
Capcom is well aware of the original game's infamy to the point where they constantly reference the most infamous lines in a lot of the more, not just more recent RE games, but in Capcom games in general.
Wow.
Like, freaking any RE game that has Jill probably has one trophy related to her story's dialogue. Like, for instance, I think in the RE1 remake, I'm pretty sure there's a trophy called Master of Unlocking. Not sure, they even kept the infamous Jill sandwich line in the remake, but they modified it so that it can be taken at least a little bit more seriously.
Instead of saying you would have been a Jill sandwich, he says you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
And he says he says it with a better voice. The original line, "That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich."
That's right.
And then in the remake, "Oh, that was close. Second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich."
It's still
What about-
cheesy and B-movie. It's just slightly less B-movie.
Well, they had the better voice acting backing it up.
It
What
went
about
from
the
a 6 out
Master
of
of
10.
Unlocking one? Why is that funny?
I don't think that one's.
No,
in
they
there.
didn't. No, he
It
does
is,
not
and
say
it's a
Master of
software.
Unlocking. He gives her the lockpick, but
Well, no, you said that. No, you said there was a trophy related to the dialogue, and you said it was Master of Unlocking.
well, no, I think a trophy you get for like unlocking all the doors or something is called Master of Unlocking.
But it has nothing to do with the dialogue.
No, it has nothing to do with well, it has to do
Well,
with the
why'd you
original
mention it?
game. A line from the original game.
Well, what's the
Yes.
line?
Jill,
This.
use this. It might be handy if you, the Master of Unlocking, take it with you.
Oh, see, yeah, it does. It does fucking have something to do with the dialogue. Now you're saying it
Yeah.
doesn't. Why? What? Shnick, okay, no. Let me just recap what you said. So you mentioned Master of Unlocking
What should
was
I do now?
like it had something to do with the dialogue from the original game, and then you said no, it doesn't. And then I clarify, it's like so it has nothing to do. And then you directly reference where the line
Let's
is,
do it.
and I'm just like, Shnick, that is the fucking dialogue. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Would you like to go ahead?
I just. It's just funny, but like, why? Why did you say no?
No. Did I tell you that Bab Jr. hates when you tell her no?
No.
Like, if you go, no, she looks at you, no, she starts growling, no, she starts barking.
So,
Freaking,
basically, if I go to your house and get baby's kisses, then I better not say no when they're looking.
She doesn't do it all the time, but, like, it's basically she'll do it if she feels like... She will do it if she thinks you're not giving her enough attention.
They're licking my ear, though.
No, only the original baby's gonna go for the ear.
That's why saying dog please instead of no is better. One, because it sounds funnier, and two, because the dogs don't get angry. You just go dog please.
Kylo, I'm not mad. It's just fucking. I just didn't understand why at one point he said, yeah, it did have something to do with the dialogue, and then later then says no, and then proceeds to reference what the dialogue is.
No, but Adam, those things are completely unrelated. I'm just kidding.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, Kylo is lost. He doesn't know what we're even talking about anymore.
Anyways, earlier today, my freaking dogs, I went to go get something to eat, and literally my dogs were so, like, I don't know, they were just really, like, attached to me, were trying to get my attention and all that. They were so onto me that when I literally went to get a sandwich and sit down, they just started barking at me, pleading at me to give them a tiny bit of a sandwich. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I can't even eat a sandwich. So I give them I give them both a tiny piece of the sandwich. And then my older dog, after he eats it, I go to take a bite. He starts howling at me as if I'm the one eating his sandwich. And I'm just like, mate. I actually just walked away and closed the door and ate it in my room because I literally could not handle it.
For the love of God, Shnick, Mario, what did I do?
But Jesse, what was the thing you went to go do?
Get a sandwich.
Oh yeah.
What? Okay, now ask that as if you were asking someone for permission.
Can I go get a sandwich?
No. Maybe someday.
No, freaking, the only sandwich here is a Jill sandwich.
No, when Uncle Wally was over earlier today, he pulls out a piece of cabanos, which is like a piece of meat. It kind of looks like a hot dog, except you're supposed to refrigerate it. Like, that's the best way I can describe what it looks like. And it doesn't taste the same as a hot dog. But he gets a piece of it from the fridge, and he starts eating it. All three dogs immediately surround him.
Wow.
Like, they were climbing on him and everything. And eventually he gave up and he took off a couple of small pieces and gave it to them.
Oh, what Mario is referencing, he's watching the beginning of the stream to see the actual Walt Disney part.
Yeah, the fuck quest part.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, what was the love of God Schnick specifically about? Like,
about the frog shit.
Well, I mean, like, what did Schnick do something wrong? Like, was turning into the frog wrong?
Probably.
Or no, maybe just playing the game was the wrong, and that's why Mario was saying, "For the love of God, Shnick." Like, why are you playing this game, Shnick?
Because I have to review it. I promised a review of it at the end of my Battle for the Grid review. So now I have to do it.
Freaking... That entire sentence is so stupid. But what was wrong with Shnick turning into a frog? Anyway.
I became Gordon Blow's
I
bastard
didn't
child.
say,
How about that?
No, I didn't say, but what was wrong with it? I was trying to figure out what was the thing that was wrong that Mario was implying. And I said, was turning into a frog? No, I said, was turning into the frog wrong?
Frog wrong. The frogs are turning gay because of the water.
Oh.
Mario said, by the way, my "For the Love of God" comment was my reaction when I played the game years after I got it.
Jesse, you got me thinking of the Rocco movie, by the way.
I'm not even gonna lie, Shnick, I was thinking about that too. After
Oh my god. And you know the thing with Ralph Bighead becoming Rachel Bighead, actually what does actually make sense logically, since apparently real life frogs can change their gender at will.
Yeah, it's like Jurassic Park. Nature will find a way.
Christ. Okay, honestly, there was one zombie that had like a white shirt and blood marks on it, but I swear to God, I thought it was like a fucking zombie in a cow suit or something.
No, not cow suit boy. Adam, do you remember that story? Mario, do you remember that story?
Cow suit boy.
Oh my god, I just remembered the story. It was a freaking crazy...
I don't think you've ever told me.
No, he did. I remember it.
You had a huge reaction to it, Adam.
Yeah, you had a huge reaction. It's about the freaking people inside of his college dorm. The really horny people. That's as far as I'll go.
Okay. Wait, was this in a podcast?
Yeah,
episode?
It was.
Yeah. It was with the
I want to see my reaction to it.
No,
honestly.
Don't give him the view.
Well, oh, fuck. Well, how else are we gonna look at it? There's no other way.
Alright, fine.
Oh, wait, wait, does it count if I just go into his account as the manager? And then go into it?
You know, Adam, that was a bad joke. Go ahead, do whatever you need to do.
Okay. I guess I took it too literally.
And to be fair, there was a lot of sarcastic humor that, when taken literally, was really screwed up.
Oh my god. You reminded me of something fucking scary that happened one time. There's this friend of mine, and fucking at one point, he made really dark humor of not being friends anymore. But fucking because I'm not familiar with dark humor, since I don't really have friends that use it a whole lot, fucking I took it really seriously, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? and later it was revealed to me it was just dark humor and that we're fucking fine. And I'm like, oh my god, please don't scare me like that.
Dark humor, sometimes I just don't like.
I've gotten sick of dark humor myself, and let's just say there is a joke, quote-unquote joke from the podcast or like some other live stream that has really not aged well.
I think dark humor can be funny, but it is such like a delicate kind of joke that you really need to like carefully craft in order to get it right.
I mean,
we can literally make a dark humor joke and make it seem like it's not a joke at all.
Back during
just kind of goes over everyone's head.
That's exactly what happened on the podcast all the time.
In like the early 2010s and mid 2010s, I felt like everyone ultra abused dark humor, and then it eventually just got and so did cynicism and stuff like that. It just started
cynicism is another thing I do not like nowadays, but the thing is, like,
Okay,
on
we
the...
all know
Oh,
the
run,
dark
run, run,
humor
run, run,
joke
run,
you're
run, run.
referring to. Sorry, but we all know the dark humor you're referring to, Jesse, is the 9/11 jokes. It's not even a secret.
Yeah, that too, I guess.
Well, that's what happened in early 2010s. Is fucking everyone referenced that as a joke.
Kylo, you are correct. Too many people force humor nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I find it strange to this day that a fucking tragedy ended up becoming a meme. And yet, it's the only tragedy I can think of that
Come on.
actually became a meme. I can't think of any others that were like that. It's only 9/11 specifically. But not something like Pearl Harbor that also involved fucking bombarding planes just kamikazing into shit.
I'll be honest, there is only one
I'm not really
joke involving Pearl Harbor that I ever found to be funny. And that was in the Rugrats movie. And Adam, I think both of you know what the joke might be.
Wait, what did
I
you
don't
say?
remember it off the top of my head.
Basically, when the babies go missing in the Rugrats movie, Dee Dee criticizes Stu for leaving them with Grandpa. And Dee Dee's like, "Why'd you leave the babies with Grandpa? He slept through Pearl Harbor!" And then Lou follows up with, "I rang the alarm as soon as I could."
Yeah, I freaking
Like, that,
remember
like,
actually.
just because it fits with Grandpa Lou's character, like, that kind of humor can hit with Rugrats fans big time because it fits with his character, I suppose, but...
Mm-hmm.
Middle school shnick,
Mario.
broken bridge joke. What broken bridge? You have to remind me, I'm sorry.
Also, like, Mario in chat asked about the Shrek review stuff. Apparently, it's still in the works, and there's still a lot of work to be done, but it's kind of far off still.
What Shrek?
From
Oh,
what
yeah, me and
Shrek
Brandon
Xbox.
did do some stuff for a Shrek review, but, thing is, I still haven't recorded audio for it, and now I'm not certain if Brandon still wants to record audio for it.
I remember talking about it recently, but I don't remember exactly what was going on. But with dark humor, it all depends on context, so...
Yeah, like, can I just say... I mean, I've said this numerous times. I mean, I've said one thing from the podcast that was directed at me that actually made me upset in the middle of the podcast episode. And I just didn't talk for the rest of it. Basically, I was talking about at the time, I was coming to terms with the fact that, like, a childhood friend was basically not interested in talking with me anymore. And I was just talking about, like, my failures to make friends while I was still in school. I brought up a story to where my ma actually tried to help me out in getting connected with somebody in my high school band. And yeah, I guess you could say it was stupid to get my parents involved, but considering the kind of shit my ma's gone through supporting me, freaking, you could just say she was a good parent at the end of the day, and I will and giving my anytime where I want to casually talk with somebody, like saying, "Oh, did you want to hang out or something?" I always fucking freeze up because I am best way I can describe it is that I am freaking deathly afraid of being told no, and I guess you could say the humiliation that comes afterward.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think I specifically remember that. I think I remember being in that episode and being like, what the fuck?
I don't think you were in that episode. I think only Adam and Brandon were in it, plus him. But
maybe you showed it to me, but I do remember reacting to that. Maybe we were in a group call when you were showing about what was going wrong.
Speaking of the podcast to bring the topic back. The cow suit story thing. What episode and season was this?
Schnick's college stories or something, graduation, something like that.
You remember what season it was?
6. What else?
Oh,
Yeah, it was
fucking
sick.
6. Wasn't 6 the one with like over 100 episodes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Oh no.
Yeah, he's proud
worst
of hitting
one.
110
The worst
episodes.
series. Oh no.
He's proud of hitting 110 episodes, yet in the season recap, he skips half of them.
And what'd you say the episode was called?
Like graduation or college stories or something like that. Basically, look for an episode that was uploaded in May of 2018.
What the heck are these playlists? I want to go back and watch it too, but I'm seeing new playlists that are like Talking Time with Erica, Talking Time with Australians, guest appearances.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's like 2 Talking Time with Caffeine.
I mean, I don't like bringing this guy up on stream, but I guess it's unavoidable.
Well, I mainly
anyways,
just want
I'm
to
not
see
gonna-
this reaction. I don't really give a shit about anything else right now.
I can't. Yeah, you know, I don't care right now.
Well, yeah,
I'm just
here's
gonna
the
try and
fucking
find it.
thing, though.
To be fair, the podcast was still a pretty big part of our, like...
And I guess
jokes
part of
that
the
we
reason
made
I
and
can't
all
run
that,
away
so-
from it is because I'm the reason why we were even all a part of it. Because I was on it first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the biggest reason to be upset.
So I guess
over-
I have survivor's guilt, I guess you could say. A little dramatic, but...
Speaking, let's see here.
I don't see anything particularly called...
I
like,
might remember
graduation.
because I did. I might remember because I did so many of these. So. Oh
Yeah.
my
All
God.
I know is that the episode was sometime in May. I mean...
It was after the ogre sister dance. I think it was just called graduation.
It may have been just graduation, yeah, because, I mean, well, Adam
You
graduated...
said it was in May. You
Definitely
said it
in
was
May.
in May.
Definitely
Yep, I found it.
June at the latest, but...
Here you go, Adam.
Alright, so... Or wait for it. So, basically... So I told that experience where my ma actually tried helping me out in making friends, and then that didn't work either. He proceeds to laugh at me, bluntly telling me how stupid of an idea that was in high school. And he continues laughing, and then I just got very somber. I just said, no wonder I'm a useless failure. Adam and Brandon actually try to cheer me up. Like, Adam makes an aw sound, and Brandon's like, no, Schnick, I wouldn't say that. He keeps fucking smiling. He gives, like, a cross-eyed look, and then he's like, so Mario and Brasta, what other topics do you have? Yeah, looking back at that is not exactly pleasant.
Kylo doesn't remember the name of the person we're talking about.
Mr. B-Man.
Yeah.
I swear to God, it sounds like freaking Voldemort.
He who must not be named. But no, another part of dark humor he did, or sarcastic humor, I guess you could say, that has not aged well. There was a live stream made around Christmas of 2018, so basically towards the end. And he asks us if we're all going to be available for a Christmas podcast. Brandon flat out says, sorry, I don't think so. I think I'm going to be with the family. He responds with, it's like, come on, family, quiet down. I'm on a podcast.
I think that was supposed to be a more sarcastic tone, rather than him trying to coerce him into doing it.
He says it more, but he said it in his normal tone of voice. It didn't really sound like there was sarcasm in it. I mean, obviously it was sarcastic. I hope it was sarcastic, but I don't know, just the
Well,
tone.
to me, that's what I'm inferring is just the way the sentence is structured. Just sounds like it's supposed to be a sarcastic joke rather than him coercing. I don't see how saying that was specifically coercing. But
I don't know, something about how I
either way.
actually heard it, because I think it was one of my live streams where it was said.
I mean,
And
it still doesn't make up for everything else he's done. I know that much, but that one particular moment, I wouldn't necessarily say
yeah,
he
that
was
I
trying to
mean,
talk into
it's
doing
just in
something.
hindsight. I mean, there's other things that imply that he thought the podcast was more important than some other things.
I remember near the end of the whole Endeavor stuff, freaking, he would start doing the more and more dark humor stuff. Eventually, it freaking, I think Shnick in particular said that why the hell was Vandalia getting so savage all of a sudden in like the last few months? And he would just say like random things. I mean, mainly as a joke, but
Yeah. Why'd you call me Snick? That's what he called me.
Shnick.
God damn it.
Freaking God, maybe I just got infected.
Mario says, I feel like should not be named is not keen on your guys' schedules. I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, he did call KH3 the game that shall not be named when we asked him not to talk about it.
No, I genuinely don't know what you mean by not keen on our schedule. Like, can you like explain what that means?
Well, during our time in the podcast, I had, well, me, Adam,
I mean,
Brandon,
there were a lot of good
Lance-
moments on the podcast. I think seasons 4 and 5 were, like, generally good.
Yeah, 4 and 5 were the golden age. I unfortunately joined in when it was dying down.
And nowadays, it's all about science and atheism, from what I understand.
It literally reverted back to what it started as.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how, like, freaking, it's like how much can you just talk about, oh, God doesn't exist, and oh, we evolved from this. Like, it just seems like that's all they talk about, the same shit. I mean, it's good if people enjoy it, but wouldn't it get repetitious?
I mean, at least with us, even though we do talk about generally the same types of subjects and all that, like, we still evolve because media itself is evolving, so we always have new stuff to talk about.
I mean, better than forcing 100 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
which thankfully is
basically
not
with
going on anymore. Like, even he realized that it was probably a stupid idea.
Mm-hmm.
Mario says, like how he wants to start a podcast, but you guys have other important things.
Actually, one time I was...
Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was fucked. Literally, it was just absolute fucking hell trying to get through the entire year. Going through that shit, it was insane.
Well, he kept claiming he was the one that was burned out, not even considering how burned out we were.
Bruh, he said he was burned out, but in reality, if you really look at the episodes, you can clearly see he doesn't really do anything but sit there. I'm like, yeah, you could say you're burned out all you want, but like, everyone else did most of the work. I was the one that had to be there every time for the most part because I was the one actually streaming everything. I set everything up myself. So, I mean, if anyone's going to be burned out, it should be me.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to segue into how he thought other things were important. The podcast was more important than other things we may have had going on. This is not I don't think this is a good example, but the bluntness of his response should say something. One day, he, like, in the lead up to a podcast episode, because normally I didn't host it unless I was asked to well in advance. This was when I was in the heat of, like, starting to make my marathons. So I was collecting shows, and I had my Elgato running. So, the thing with, anytime I'm trying to, like, get stuff off of a DVD, I let it play through the whole thing, so I don't have to make, like, any awkward cuts or anything. So, literally a half hour before a podcast episode's supposed to start, like, I was under the impression he was hosting it. He's like, Shnick, Shnick, can you host a podcast? And I'm like, oh, sorry, I'm recording my cartoons right now. Fuck your cartoons, it's time for the podcast.
Oh my god.
It's not recorded, but it did happen.
Like,
maybe it was
he word
recorded,
for
I'm
word
not
said
sure.
That.
Adam?
Like, he word for word said that?
Yeah. Maybe
Oh
the only alteration is that the actual quote was, fuck your cartoons, it's time for podcasts, meaning with omitting the word the.
Don't want cartoon, streaming podcast.
Hell
Sorry,
no.
I just made a reference to some speedrunning video that I saw.
But no,
it's funny.
seriously, like,
It's
that
not
was
the
around the
actual
time
quote.
when my freaking job search was getting to me mentally, and on that marathon project was one of the only things keeping me sane. Like, it was one of the only things keeping me productive back then.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, fucking. To this day, I still don't understand the whole I want 100 plus episodes this year idea.
yeah.
I still to this day genuinely don't get why he thought he needed that much.
Christ,
Quantity
even once
over quality, bragging rights. Just like how he gets the speed, just like I'm hoping he didn't brag about it, but I'm hoping he did not brag about getting the Speedster trophy in KH1, considering that he accidentally got it by an exploit.
Yeah, you told me about that earlier.
Yeah, I sent you a message about it because I was browsing my PlayStation trophies and just randomly found it.
Mario says, "Oh dear God, did he really say that?"
Yeah, he did.
Kylo says, "I remember you guys were talking about him when Adam was streaming Mario Kart 8, which was the first time I watched his streams in a long time."
Wait, we talked about it on a Mario Kart 8 stream? I think that was before it ended. Well, Kyla has to link the thing because...
I don't even know which Mario Kart it was. It was probably the Wii U version.
That's strange.
Oh, Mario Kart Wii.
Oh.
Mario Kart Wii.
Wii. Okay.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I mean, the live stream where we finally made things, because we were trying to keep things buried, because we were trying to salvage things, but then at the KH3 incident, like, he seemed to think the KH3 incident was the only thing that caused everything to end.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh my
it was
God,
the straw.
That one.
All it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Basically, it was the incident that told us this is not going to get any better.
Yeah, fucking, okay. Literally, what I remember from that situation was one day, I was just chilling, and fucking, I go on Skype, and fucking, he's bragging about how he completed KH3, and then proceeds to post a fucking picture of the end screen, and I fucking, thankfully, didn't look, because at that point, I was... Like, I trained myself to literally avoid spoiler thumbnails from YouTube, so seeing this in a picture form on Skype was no different for me. So I fucking instinctively looked away, and everyone started complaining. I think I was the first to speak up about it. I was like, dude, please.
Adam,
I don't want...
Can I say something about that?
Fucking I want to play the game at
Basically, that was not the KH3 incident I was referring to. But...
Well, that was when I was referring to, that's for sure.
I didn't even know that it was a problem for you until you... And I honestly found it baffling that he sent after everything, after he put a message in the Discord saying that he was letting go. he contradicts himself a day later by sending that message.
Oh, you know, you just remind me of something. There was a point in time where he said he was quote-unquote taking a break from fucking social media or whatever, even though he
crap.
didn't actually do that, and
No.
just continued doing the same shit he always did.
Yeah.
Except the only difference is he didn't talk to us on Skype, but that was it. And then he comes back from his break, and we were like, dude, what fucking break?
Well, another thing that really sucked is that he comes back during... Basically, what happened was Jesse had given up Smash Melee. I don't remember the reasons why, but he got really upset over it. So Brandon, I mean, after we were just sitting in silence, not knowing what to do, Brandon decided to just play shitty games on live stream, just as a way of, like, making him happy.
Well, this was during the time Jesse was at his, like, low state.
Yeah. Funny how Vandalia says he has anxiety and depression and doesn't seem to recognize when other people are, like, feeling down about things. In fact, he sent me some, like, during the low point, my low point with, like, the job searching and all that, he always seemed to think I was able to cheer up in 5 minutes just so that I could, like, do, like, some work for him or something. And yet, anytime we call him out, like, on stuff that we've told him numerous times, like, he would just simply say, but I have depression, I can't just get over it.
Which, by the way, let me segue real fast. Kyle, correction, it's depression, not autism. Anyways, yeah, you can continue.
Well, depression, autism... People, I mean, thing is, sometimes I've worried that we were too harsh, but people have given me the justification having a mental disorder does not excuse bad behavior. Like, that's what most people have told me. Like, if people were able to get away with using autism as an excuse, people would be hailing Chris Chan as a hero. But...
Yeah, anyways, what was going on during that time with me was there's just lots of... I was really stressed out during that time because there's lots of school stuff happening. Yeah, I was just mainly burnt out from schoolwork, school friends, quote-unquote, and trying to juggle this new stuff with, like, the podcast and all that, which was completely new territory for me. It just felt really stressful for me. And then when I would go on to play... like Smash Brothers and all that, which was usually like my comfort zone and all that. I felt like people didn't really like me when I played Smash Brothers because I felt like there was just an obvious skill gap. Like the way I like learn and play stuff is completely different from most people I found.
Is
like,
that why
I
you
just
took
play
it
stuff,
easy
like,
on
my
me
own
with like
way.
Smash 4 and the Bayonetta National Women's Day thing?
There
Well,
was like I think I remember.
I
what
feel
I
like
did
he
with
would
it,
have
but
done
I
that
didn't care.
regardless. I feel like he would have done that regardless, though, because with you and Jesse, I mean, I'm not trying to be like offensive or anything. But
I know I'm not good at
pretty
Smash.
obvious
I
skill
know
gap.
I'm not good at Smash Brothers. Unleash it.
Yeah, it
They're
is
freaking
like
crazy at
big,
other fighting games.
obvious skill
I
gap.
mean, most of the time, like, I could never 1v1 somebody in Smash Bros. Most of the times when I did win in Smash Bros. Fight, that's because it was like a 3-player battle or 4-player battle, and usually I would just kind of hang out, run around the stage taking pot shots, and then freaking just wait until, like, basically abuse the stages and power-ups, too.
See, here's
What's
Here's
also
my
really
thing.
strange is that also I'm going to continue on. What's also really strange is that when you guys play traditional games, like there is a huge skill gap between even me and Adam in traditional fighting games. Because I suck at traditional fighting games, like Dragon Ball Fighter Z and stuff. The only game I was decent at was maybe Street Fighter 4.
I mean,
But like, if I was in Marvel vs. Capcom vs. Shnick, literally he could probably get like freaking... I would get
yeah,
like,
I
double
am
claws,
better
no
at
matter how
traditional
hard.
fighters. Like, I mean, my Power Rangers Battle for the Grid review kind of showed that. I mean, I don't have mad skills like the pros, but like, to give an example, I've played about over 100 games, 100 fights in the game, and I've won about 50 of them. Like, that's when I last checked my
Don't forget to mention me versus you and Marvel versus Capcom
3 and
Ultimate.
2. Like, the first time I played you Mario vs. Capcom 2, that led to one of the best Mario Tube rage moments. Oh my god, why are you so good at this?
I don't know how many streams of that game.
I
in
mean,
particular
my
I did
experience
with
of Mario
you.
vs. Capcom 2 was primarily maybe traditional fighters in general might be due to me having played the hell out of Mugen. Because I play that, I've gone through phases where I play it on my PC all the time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so, Jesse, the point I was getting at with the Smash Melee thing was that he comes into the live stream, even though the title flat out says, Brasta 455's dedicated stream to games for us, in commas, no, he's not dead. He doesn't even bother to ask about that. Doesn't even bother to ask how you're doing or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam said at the I actually read an old Skype message from Adam at the time, and he said he was particularly not happy with that.
Wait, with what?
Basically, that stream Brandon made dedicated to Jesse after he got really upset over deleting his Smash Melee stuff. Then when he came in the chat, he didn't even bother to ask why it was dedicated to Jesse or if Jesse was doing okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
But anyways, I don't think I fully expressed exactly what I wanted. Because of the skill gap in Smash and all that, plus I was in a really bad mindset, I thought that me playing Smash in general, and I think also what was happening is that me and Adam were having a conversation about it, and that was around the point in our relationship that me and him would just argue over petty stuff for no real good reason, and we just wouldn't let it go. And I think we were having like a conversation about Smash Brothers, about Melee or Smash 4, about which game is more broken than each other or something. And at that point, I just kind of broke. So, and just like, if I'm playing Smash Brothers, then it just feels like I'm making everyone upset, so I just shouldn't play it or something. I don't know.
I'll tell you this much, that is not how I felt at the time. Like, freaking, I know that I get my ass handed to me. Like, honestly, the worst I would get is I would get triggered if I was playing Adam 1v1, and he was not only beating me, but he was rubbing it in my face, saying, like, oh, good, I got him, or something like that.
See, okay, can I express something about the whole Smash thing and you thinking it was making everyone upset?
Mm-hmm.
So my perspective on this is that fucking, in a way, like, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of did upset me. I wouldn't say it's something that would ruin a friendship, but fucking, I just don't know what it was about playing against you, but it was just fucking, like, I don't know. I think it might have, like, had to do with the fact that I feel like I'm so similarly skilled to you, but then I still just couldn't get a majority of wins. Like, it seemed like almost every single time I played against you, it was just a fucking loss fest for me, and just, like, yeah, losing is part of games, I get that, but
I mean,
really
Adam, I know
feels
for a
like
fact
shit.
that you're just kind of naturally competitive with, like, multiplayer games, is that right?
In a way, yeah. I mean, mostly if I'm interested in the game, but, like, but what I was gonna say was that I just think it sucks when you just lose all the time, and albeit, yeah, it can suck if you win all the time too, but negative things just affect people way more, and for me, losing all the time, no matter how hard I tried to get better at the game, it just felt like it was pointless. And that was also coupled with the fact that when I tried asking for advice, because I figured, you know, if he's kicking my ass all the time, there's clearly something I'm doing wrong that he knows and is exploiting about me. So if I ask him and he tells me what it is, then that's something I can look into to improve. But then I realized that I was actually more fucked than I thought, because basically, in a nutshell, the advice I was given was that you're doing the same thing, and when you don't do the same thing, you're actually more repetitive. And to me, it translated into basically no matter what you do, you're fucked. So because of that, and just again losing all the time, it really made me be really sad about playing Smash, and I felt like I was just way worse at the game than I felt like I actually should be. And it was a real fucking morale and ego depression kind of situation for me. And what hits even harder for me was the fact that at one point I really was trying my hardest to get into the competitive Smash scene. And even after that whole situation happened, even after Jesse got out of his down era, I think, I still made attempts to get into the Smash community, competitive-wise. But it was just a combination. I'd say it's more of a combination of things. It was Jesse just kicking my ass, and I don't know if it was his words or if it's my words, but basically couldn't give me enough information to allow me to know what I'm exactly doing wrong. And just the overall, like, even outside of me and Jesse playing Smash, outside of that, it was not even being able to get into competitive Smash because there is just no area that I live in where there is anything you can do about it. All this combined just made me really sad and really discouraged me from playing Smash for a while. Like, I just didn't want to play anymore because fucking I just felt like, what's the point? I mean, gradually I did come back to it a little bit, but even if I wanted to get in the Smash competitive scene, I still realistically couldn't, because just, it's like no matter where I live, it literally feels like there's nowhere you can go for this kind of thing, which is really strange considering how big competitive Smash is. Like fucking Colorado, nowhere you could go. Fucking Phoenix, you can't go anywhere for that either. Even though Phoenix is like one of the biggest cities in the United States, you still can't find fucking shit for that game competitive wise. And it's like, how? Like literally, I've only joined one fucking tournament. And it was at this store called Bookman's, and they literally only did it one time and never did it again. And it's so weird that they never did it again, because it was extremely popular. Like, there was a shit ton of people that went there, and yet they never did it? Like, shit, they could have made a fucking profit just off of that alone. But no, they fucking decided not to do it again. And then that's when I wanted to do fucking my own tourneys, and that went down the shitter after 2 times, because basically the place I was doing it at just didn't have the time to have that kind of thing open. They were open to the idea, but they just didn't have the time to do it. And because of that, I figured I don't feel like there's any point in running a tourney once every 5 months and trying to somehow keep it alive at the same time. Like, that's never gonna happen. Like, if I'm gonna keep this idea alive, it has to happen regularly. So if I can't do this regularly, then this isn't gonna go anywhere. And I knew that from the start, so I just kind of quit doing it at that point, because it just wasn't gonna get anywhere. Like, literally, if I was actually going to try and go through with that plan anyways, I would have had to wait several months, because there's just too many things happening in between the last tourney and when they're open again to do stuff. So, yeah. In short, in a way, Jesse was kind of right in his intuition with me specifically, but I feel like it wasn't just about him. It was more so just everything else that I involved myself with Smash. It was just me trying way too hard to get into a competitive scene that, even though it clearly exists, it just doesn't exist in the areas I'm in. And just all that just really discouraged me. And I don't know. I guess
I don't think
another part could also just be me. Like, I feel like I'm just a way more emotional person.
Make this look easy.
I don't know. I mean, call that an excuse if you want, but I do have autism, and people that have autism usually have stronger feelings. So, if you want to call that an excuse, then whatever. I don't really care, but I feel like that has part of it in that situation. But nowadays, it's not like I won't play Smash, it's just that I don't really care about getting to competitive Smash anymore because it's just nearly impossible. I mean, if there was tournaments, then I'd probably try again. But if there's no tournaments being held regularly in the areas I live, then, like, what's the point? Online Smash sucks, so...
See, what also sucks is that coupled with that, with Smash, I felt like nobody wanted to play me in other games like Mario Kart. Like, nobody wanted to play Mario Kart, or nobody wanted to play like Mario Tennis or stuff like that, because just because of the experience they had with me in Smash Brothers. So and plus every time when I did ask, everyone wanted to do something else like Splatoon, or just were not interested in what I wanted to do at all. And I thought the reason for that was because I was a problem somehow or something. Like, I had a really bad mindset. I basically just blamed everything on myself.
Wow. I mean, Jesse, I once had a friend, when we stopped talking, he claimed his parents were wondering why we were not talking, and he told his mom that I was quote-unquote being too bossy to him.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I guess one too many times I tried to get him to do something that I wanted to do, and then he didn't want to do.
And see, that eventually just weighed on me over time, because I just felt like, oh, nobody wants to do what I want to do. Like, maybe I'm being too pushy or something. I don't know. I don't know. It was just a really bad situation for me.
Yeah. Mean.
My compass can
Wow,
You know
Kylo. Wow, Kylo. That means a lot there. But to respond to Kylo's message way earlier, where there was a time when one of Brandon's pets passed away, one of his birds, that was basically just meant to... I wouldn't say he was particularly heartless about it. I would just say that, well, I can put his thought process into words, probably. So, something bad happens. All of us, we want to talk, make sure they're okay, sending a message saying, my condolences. Him? Ooh, podcast topic.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what happened when Steven Hillenberg passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking, when Jesse made it clear that he was actually upset to hear. Like, I mean, I was affected by it. I mean, not nearly as much as Jesse seemed to be. But...
I was actually pretty sad about it when I heard about it.
Like, the reason why... I mean, it got to me because... It got to me a little bit because it happened one day after I finally decided to give, like, the modern seasons of SpongeBob a try.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know what, since he came back for these seasons, now I owe it to him. That's what I felt like. In fact, I was working on Marathon 8 at the time, and I completely redid the format I was planning for it just to be a Steven Hillenburg dedication.
Mm-hmm. See, when I found out about it, it was in the middle of my science class. So I was like, oh, the freaking creator of SpongeBob died. And I'm just like, what? And they started talking about it, but they were like joking about it because they don't, like, they aren't as attached to like animation and media. Like in my class, they were just like, oh, whatever. Like they were just like acting stupid like that, pretty much. Like, you know how school is.
Yeah.
So I proceeded to look it up on my phone to see if it actually was true, and then I found out it was true. I legit just felt like really depressed and sad.
I mean,
right?
The
And
unfortunate
freaking-
thing is, like, I knew it was coming because I knew he had ALS. I just wasn't expecting it to be so soon after his diagnosis.
Well, going down?
Mm-hmm. But see, the thing that sucks is that freaking someone was actually making fun of me because they saw that I was actually sad about it. Like, someone in my astronomy class basically said, like they're like, you're actually crying about his death? Like, I'm not even joking, and that made me feel even more upset.
Wow. That is fucked.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
There was
I know for a fact
There's-
that him being the podcast host, I know he didn't care. All he cared about was having a podcast topic. In fact, he never even called Steven Hillenburg by name. Even after I said his name a bunch of times, he would only ever call him the SpongeBob guy.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
stupid.
there was this one situation that happened years ago where, funny enough, I was in Phoenix at the time, but wasn't living there yet because I was there for a vacation, and I was at my friend's mom's house, and fucking something really sad for me that happened was that oh my god,
Are you gonna be
I don't even
talking?
remember what year it was.
Are you talking about
You probably
Satoru
already know
Iwata's
what
death?
it is. Yeah, fucking Iwata literally died during a vacation I was on, and I was like straight up in the middle of the night, and at the time I was like legitimately fucking crying because he was a big part of my childhood, and I find it so fucking sad that his last fucking console that got released while he was still alive was the Wii U, and yeah, and the fact that it flopped, and like at one point he straight up, like I think he apologized to everyone about it.
Does
As if it
anyone
was,
know
like,
if he had any
a
involvement with
betrayal
the
or
Switch?
something?
Does anyone know if he had like any involvement with like the early concepts of the Switch?
I don't know too much about it. I've heard some people mention something like, "Oh yeah, that was his last console," but I don't have actual evidence towards whether or not he actually did anything.
Can
Though I'd say it's entirely possible he could have. But I don't
like
have
we're talking
ground hard
early
evidence.
like concepts for the Switch, because
I don't know. I was closely following the lineup of the Switch and like all the freaking release stuff and all the concept papers and all that. I was like closely following all the rumors, like back when it was even called the NX. I was like closely following that, and I don't remember hearing about anything having to do with the WADA. So
it's unfortunate.
Really careful.
Now
Yeah,
Kylo
I just find it
says,
really
"Watch."
sad.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Kylo says, "Watch when someone they look up to passes away." That's what kind of got me about the passing of Paul Haddad, the original Leon Kennedy voice actor. Because the sad thing is, like, most game websites wouldn't even report on it until like a week after the news broke out. And really, the only celebrity or like a person with status that really said anything about it was the actor who played Leon in the RE2 remake. And in the video he posted, he seemed pretty broken up about it. Because apparently he got to talk to the guy like via like social media and all that. And apparently like the guy had nothing but nice things to say to him, and that's what got him really upset when he heard he passed. Especially since like his last years were not pleasant because he was struggling with illness. He didn't really have enough money to pay for treatment or the bills. So that was just really unfortunate to see his reaction to that. RE2 Remake's actor.
Yeah, the Leon voice actor was really broken about it when he made the video.
Not
you
to
see, like, it really hit him.
And it kind of got with me because thing is, my first ever RE game was the original RE2, and Leon was the first character I played as, so he was the first voice I ever heard. Well, aside from the narrator in the opening FMV.
They're messing with us.
Mm-hmm.
Start the time
Yeah.
on the bomb.
And it's weird because for a long period of time when I would like check my assignments or like just do anything where I had to question something, I found myself quoting Leon's first line of dialogue from OG RE2. What have we got here?
The robbers have been taken care of, but what can I do about the bomb?
Wow.
Yeah.
Spidey, think.
Oddly enough, I kind of stopped doing it after I heard the news.
Oh, big safe.
But
yeah, what I was gonna say though was that fucking I just find it really sad that Iwata's last released console, he ended up seeing it being a flop after the Wii. He apologizes to fucking everyone in the last video that he was in for Nintendo and then just dies. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it actually made me cry. Like, it was really fucking sad for me. That is kind of making me tear up right now just thinking about it, because it was a really fucked up kind of way to go out for someone that was, like, really high up in Nintendo.
Mm-hmm. At the very
And
least,
again, he did so much for the...
successful.
Yeah, and fucking... Like, I feel like he was just such a big part of Nintendo for me. Like, I genuinely feel like that after his death and the new president came in, Nintendo just kind of changed how they operated. And I kind of feel like, yeah, the Switch is popular, but I just always feel like it doesn't really feel like a Nintendo console in the fucking menus or anything. Like, even the eShop doesn't feel like a Nintendo eShop. It just feels like fucking a generic video game online shop, just like every other console, because no music. There's like hardly any personality other than the brand name, and
For
it's just
me,
fucking... I mean, it gets the job
Switch is,
done,
like,
but
really
still.
weird. For me, the Switch's entire thing is so interesting to me, the entire build-up and all that. I feel like I have a much bigger connection to the Switch than what you would have. Mainly because I, like, spent so much time, like, actually scraping up stuff, hearing all about all the NX rumors being stupidly hyped for it, and, like, actually getting to see it and all that. And then, like, actually, like, getting it, like, day one, like, midnight release. And, like, literally waking up in the middle of the night, hearing Breath of the Wild being turned on, and then actually getting to see all the menus and stuff.
I mean, I didn't get it midnight, but I got it, like, fucking before I went to school on day one.
Like, for me...
Like, as soon as the store I went to opened, that is.
And also, I know this is... While I kind of dislike that there's no music in, like, the eShop or anything like that, I eventually just didn't really care about it. And plus, the things that I did ended up finding that I enjoyed is all, like, the Switch's sounds, like the clicks and, like, the menu icons and, like, the noises when you actually click stuff. It just reminds me of the DS for some reason. Especially when you hit, like, the look all games, which is all the way to the right. Like, when you have a certain amount of games / demos and all that, and go all the way to the right. Yeah, the all software button, the, like, noise it makes just really sounds like something. like the DS and all that.
Yeah.
Like I specifically like all the noises and stuff, but I could see what you mean. But the console, to me, it feels really weird. Like it feels like it's in this really weird middle ground. It feels like a conglomeration of like the Wii U, DS, and GameCube to me. It's just really strange.
Yeah, I don't know if I could ever feel that way with the Switch. It just doesn't feel like that. Like, there's not really much about the console that screams Nintendo other than the fact that, hey, you turn it on, it says Nintendo logo on it, but, like, that's about it.
For me, it's
I
always
really
gonna be
wish
like
the Switch opened up with the logo from the commercials every time you started it up, not just the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I know when you power it completely off, like not just put it in sleep mode, but actually power it off, you see the logo.
You see the Nintendo logo, but not the Switch logo with like the click sound.
No,
and
it's
all
powering on, not... No, that's when you power it on, not power it off. Powering off, it just gives you a little fucking dial in the middle of the screen for a second.
But when
There's,
you like
nothing
completely
special
turn the
that
console
happens.
off, you see the Nintendo logo and then the Switch logo, but there's no animation. It's just like a blank screen.
You don't see that when it goes off. You see it when it goes on from
That's
being
what I
off.
said when I.
No, you
what I
said
was
power
saying.
off. No, you said
Like-
power off.
Okay, whatever.
I know what you mean, but you did say power off. I'm just saying.
But, freaking, yeah, just, it's very strange. The meme maker and all that is just really strange to me too. And I think another thing that, that kind of helped me appreciate the Switch for the console it actually is actually year one Switch, believe it or not, even though that's the time when Adam grew away from it. I actually grew more fond of it specifically because of Mario Odyssey and some of the earlier games, because the earlier Switch games actually started taking advantage of what the Switch had to offer, like the actual IR camera and all that. And even though like ARMS and stuff is just like a mediocre whatever game, the fact that it had like a completely unique like playstyle with the actual Joy-Cons and all that was interesting to me, even though the game itself was just whatever. I just feel like it's one of those weird like games that will be looked back on as like a very console specific thing, even though you could play it with a controller and all that and it's probably better. But the whole gimmick of it, like, you know, being punching and all that, even though there have been like tons of like Wii games and similar stuff to it, like, I don't know. And I, believe it or not, I actually do own a copy of freaking 1-2 Switch. I don't remember if it's digital or physical. It's probably digital. But freaking my dad, for whatever reason, got 1-2 Switch, even though I will stand by it's a horrible game. It's basically a tech demo that should have just been on the Switch.
Packed
it's a
in, you
horrible
mean?
game. Yeah, it should have been packed in, and it should have just, yeah, it should have been like Wii Sports, but no. Like, literally, if people made excuses saying the reason why it's $60 is because they had to pay the actors, it's just like, they didn't even have to get actors, they should have just used the Mii's. Like,
Actually, I thought it was $50.
50? Or, well, however much it was way overpriced.
I'm pretty sure 1-2 Switch ended up actually selling for $50, surprisingly, not $60.
Well,
$50 still too much, though.
Still.
But it's like, oh boy, a Switch game that's $10 less than all the others. Oh yeah, like that's so much fucking better. Yeah.
Anyways, even still, playing those mini games just felt really weird. Like, the entire aura of the Switch, like, the actual mini-games themselves were very strange to me. Because, like, for me, I could actually feel HD Rumble. Adam says that he can't feel it or just can't really care about it. I actually like HD Rumble and wish it does.
I honestly feel like they lied when they said HD Rumble feels like their whole fucking, like, thing with it was that,
I don't think they lied. I just don't think it does strong.
No, hold on. Their whole thing was like, oh, you could feel the individual ice cubes in a cup, for instance, and fucking. There was this one mini game in 1-2 Switch where it's like, oh, you gotta tilt the Joy-Con and count how many balls are inside. And literally, no matter how hard I tried, I just could never figure out how the fuck you were supposed to do that when it literally just felt like the same vibration, but like there was no way to actually feel the ball. Like, it didn't feel like there was a ball. It just felt like the controller was just fucking vibrating, and there was no distinction whatsoever. Like, I get what they were trying to go for, like the whole imagination, and it kind of feels like it, but to me, it doesn't feel like it at all. It just feels like an excuse. Like, they oversold
it actually feels like it. For me, it actually feels like it.
To me,
like, I know it's not as clear, but it actually
to me, what HD Rumble really seems like is instead of, like, I don't know, 2 fucking shakers in a controller, now you have, like, a bunch of fucking very specific kind of shakers in one controller, and they all have, like, their own control, so it's just different. But in reality, it's only used for, like, one game, which is 1-2 Switch. I highly doubt a lot of games take advantage of HD Rumble. And honestly, if the companies are gonna fucking use the Rumble feature, it's just gonna feel like normal Rumble regardless. So it's like, okay, well, that's not very HD. That's just Rumble at that point.
See, the thing is, I could actually feel it. Lots of the early Switch games actually utilized HD Rumble, and I could actually feel it. So I actually thought it was extremely cool, and I think it's really unfortunate that you just don't feel that.
Oh,
I actually feel that.
Another one of Nintendo's examples for HD Rumble, which is a fucking shitty excuse for HD Rumble, is, oh, Mario Odyssey, there's this one room where you have to find the fucking thing on the ground and then ground pound, but you have to use HD Rumble to find it. It's like, no, that's not HD Rumble. All you're doing is just fucking taking the Rumble feature and you're just lightly shaking the fucking shaker in there. And it's like, if I approach it, then you shake it harder. That's all you're doing.
No,
is
it
that
doesn't.
really
See, to me, Adam, to me, when I was playing Mario Odyssey, it doesn't just feel like it's shaking. Like, if you actually sit down and feel it, it feels like something, like, moving in a circle. Like, it feels like there's, like, ants or, like, something underneath the carpet, like a bump.
Oh,
that's what
no, Bob, what'd you do?
You know,
but anyways, what I'm trying to explain is that, if I could actually freaking think about it, is that in games like Mario Odyssey, there's just certain stuff that I love about the HD Rumble. That minigame specifically I thought was kind of lame, but in the freaking kingdom, the Seaside Kingdom, swimming around in the actual water, like jumping into it, it actually feels like there's like bubbles and like soda and stuff inside of the Joy-Con controllers. From what I hear, it sucks on Pro Controller. But I never owned a Pro Controller, and I played most of Mario Odyssey just in my hands, in handheld mode. But just getting able to feel that is just distinctly different. Like, it just feels new and different to me. Like I said, it sucks that you can't feel it. I just don't understand how. Like, to me, it's honestly just, when I first got it, it actually seemed cool and like part of the Switch. And like, I don't know how else to explain it other than that. And like stuff like Fast RMX, the freaking F-Zero game. That game, like when you hit stuff, like you could specifically feel it, and like when explosions happen, it doesn't just feel like a shake, it feels like a mini tiny like explosion or like a beehive. It's really hard to explain. But it's not just normal Rumble, but apparently some people just can't feel it, like Adam. From what I've heard, like this is just like a more nationwide thing. But it sucks that I honestly think one of the best and coolest uses of HD Rumble was actually in the Kirby game, Kirby Star Allies, where if you put your controller in certain areas, like there's like this one room where it's a reference to the Game Boy Kirby games where it's all green and stuff. If you actually put your Joy-Con on like a desk or like on a box or something, it will actually vibrate the freaking green greens. Like you'll actually hear it vibrate through the blocks, and it'll play it.
In
And it's
Star
entire
Allies?
yeah, and Star Allies, and it
I've
will
never
actually play
heard
the
of
game.
this.
No, it's actually amazing, and freaking you could actually like, I don't know, like there's no speaker in the actual Joy-Cons. Like here, I'm gonna show you.
I have literally never heard of anyone talking about this before. This is the first time I've heard
It's one of
this.
the coolest Easter eggs in the entire game. I'm surprised you
I
have
mean, not
not.
even Nintendo themselves. I don't think Nintendo themselves even told that, because they told a lot of stuff about Kirby Star Allies on the
It
fucking
was inside of the
news
news
posts
section.
on the or not the eShop, the Switch thing. But
It was
they didn't
inside
talk
of the
about
news.
that. That's for sure.
Also, another thing that I really liked was the news section. Eventually, it's cluttered now, and it's not as cool. But when Mario Odyssey came out, they showed like a bunch of like beta and like concept art and stuff, and I thought that was extremely cool of them to do that. And it kind of reminded me of Nintendo Video.
Well, I mean, there's filtering options you can put on that
Yeah, there's
kind of
stuff
helps
like
with
that, but I mean, I don't play my Switch as often as I
Back-
used to, so I don't really care.
But
But-
back then it wasn't as cluttered because there wasn't as many games on Switch. But now there's like a million fucking games.
Yeah, because the Switch is filled with freaking shovelware, just like the Wii U before it, and 3DS.
Yeah, and of course, for every game that's on the eShop or on the console itself, there's gonna be a fucking news forum thing on the Switch's thing. So
Yeah.
where am I supposed to go in this video that you sent me?
I don't know. Just keep watching. Okay, well, I'm skipping through it. Okay, it's at 1:29 or 1:30. Minute 30.
I'm at 129.
Well, he's just gonna.
Mario, I'm afraid to
talk
find
like a
out
killer.
what the usage of the HD Rumble is.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. Oh, the share button is select on here. Okay.
Like, your controller goes mental. Alright. And there's more stuff like that in Nintendo Labo's like weird freaking stuff. But I haven't looked in Nintendo Labo in a long time. And
Honestly,
Nintendo
this video
Labo
doesn't really do.
It doesn't.
Honestly,
do
this
it.
video doesn't really do it justice because it
doesn't
doesn't even
show the
show the
controller.
Joy-Con vibrating or anything. Like, it's just fucking sound. It's like,
I need
okay.
to actually find the first freaking video I saw.
I'd
'cause it
probably
wasn't-
rather look up a guide on where it is and just go to it myself in game. Because, I mean, that's probably the best way to do it, to be honest. I already have the game, so. And getting to the area
Kylo?
probably wouldn't be too difficult either, because I already beat the game on top of
Kylo,
that.
if you get more games past what the default limit is,
Yeah,
you
this
open up
video's
an
better.
all software folder. You open up an all software folder once you go past the original limit.
But no, Adam, I think HD Rumble is really cool. I just don't think it's been utilized that great outside of like the first year of the Switch.
the
And
hell?
I think Nintendo Labo is interesting. It's kind of like Nintendo Labo is in that area of Mario Paint for me where it's like have no interest of actually going and getting it at all. But it's just one of those really weird things that just seems like it's only possible during this era with this specific console type thing. Like, I don't really like Nintendo Labo like, I don't really care much for it. It's just that I find it interesting that it was even a thing that happened. That's what I feel about it. Like, I actually have, like, moments where the Switch just really felt unique in what it was. Particularly with stuff like this. I think it just helped because I actually played it. So, when you just didn't really get to experience it first year. And just got burnt out with Zelda. Which, I honestly think you got screwed out of the first year of the Switch. And that's why the Switch feels cold to you. That's how I am with the Wii U, by the way, Adam. I have no attachment to the Wii U at all. The Wii U, to me, it feels probably the same way you feel about the Switch. Like, I still can't get over how much
I don't really feel like that's necessarily the case, because, okay, the reason why I didn't really play the Switch all that much in the first few months of the year was literally because I felt like there was literally nothing for me to get interested about in the Switch, because, like, realistically, the only game I wanted day one from the Switch was Breath of the Wild. None of the other offerings I would either be interested in or wouldn't have liked regardless. Like, 1-2 Switch, I would have fucking despised. I already knew I was going to despise it, so I just didn't even bother. Bomberman, I didn't really have much attachment to Bomberman, so I didn't really feel like getting that. And I don't know what other games there were, but yeah, I just didn't either care for them or wasn't going to like them.
There was
whatever there
Puyo
was.
Puyo. There was Puyo Puyo Tetris and
Okay,
that came
Puyo
out, like,
Puyo
around the
Tetris,
first
I
year.
didn't even know existed, so there you go.
Then there was Fast RMX, which I thought was interesting.
Fast RMX, I actually did want that, but problem is I didn't have money, and I just kind of forgot to get it at some point, so I just never got it.
I think what you said is that it was mainly a combination of not having money and just not being interested and not at all looking into what actually was on the Switch. Like, it was a combination of just not looking.
Well, I mainly wanted the AAA stuff, though, from Nintendo directly. Because those were the games that really made me interested, and those were the ones that they also really advertised as well.
Mario,
Like,
the most
I
recent
really
7th
wanted
gen
Splatoon
port I
2.
got,
really
or
wanted
8th
Mario
gen,
Odyssey.
is Sniper Elite 3 on Switch. It runs surprisingly well. And now I finally have a physical copy.
Like, I really wanted
Splatoon
Splatoon
2
2.
and
I
Mario
really wanted Mario Odyssey. But fucking, the problem was that, yeah, those games were coming out same year, but they were coming out, like, fucking either, like, okay, Splatoon 2 was coming out months after the Switch already released, and there's no other AAA Nintendo games to supplement in between that time, so you only had Breath of the Wild, and I got burnt out of Breath of the Wild because I played it so goddamn much, and I just didn't feel bothered to play it anymore after that point. And then once Splatoon 2 came out, then that supplemented me a lot better because of the online multiplayer stuff. And then eventually Mario Odyssey came out, which took fucking forever. And that was cool. Except I didn't even get it until a year later, so...
And then you took forever to beat it.
Yeah, you only played, like, not that much of it. Like, when
No,
you
I
first
think
got
he
it.
played to the
more
very end, and then he
didn't.
put
He
it
didn't.
down.
No. He played in the first stream he played, like, a very small amount. Then, like, randomly after a few months, he decided that he wanted to go back and play it. And I remember being in the call with him when he was playing it. And he got up to Bowser's Kingdom, and then he stopped. And then months after that, he decided he wanted to actually beat it and check it out. And then he hasn't played it once, you know, he beat
No, it wasn't
the
just the
boss.
fact that I... No, it
was
wasn't
like a
just the
bunch of
fact
random
that I got...
parts.
No, it wasn't just the fact that I got into Bowser's Kingdom and then stopped. No, it was the fact that I got deep into Bowser's Kingdom right at
Like,
the end
right
of the
before the
game,
boss.
final boss, and then I stopped. But to be fair, the reason why I initially stopped was because it was late at night and I wanted to go to bed. But fucking after that, I didn't really have much excuse. I just kind of stopped.
I think, like, I just think it was a bad time for you. I honestly think your entire, like, Switch experience got scuffed. Like, early year, I could
I don't even know how I
imagine
had
being
money to
bad,
buy
but
the Switch, because I had money to buy the Switch. I had my own money somehow. I don't know where I got it. I don't know how I got it. I just did. And I got this fucking console and the one game, and then fucking had to wait until I got more money somehow to fucking get more shit. So
Yeah.
there you go.
I just think your entire view of it just got scuffed, and it was just very unfortunate. My
I
view
don't
of
think
the
it was
Wii U is just
necessarily
I
it
just
got
didn't like
scuffed.
it.
I don't think it's necessarily I got scuffed, because keep in mind I didn't really have that many Wii U games either. I'm kind of in the similar boat with the Switch and the Wii U, but I just have different feelings about the Switch compared to the Wii U. Like, yeah, people say, oh, the Wii U is bad, but I just feel differently about the Wii U, unlike everyone else. I actually like the Wii U. I enjoyed the games I did get for it, and I think those games were really damn good games, even if some of them had their own shortcomings, like Smash didn't have a fucking campaign, and then Smash Ultimate didn't have a true campaign. It had a bullshit campaign where it was basically just fucking... It was literally just the one mode that was already in the game, the spirit fighting one. It was literally that mode, except now it has a world map and it has set fights that are also things you can do in that same mode anyways. And like
Have
they
you
had a couple
beaten it? I
bosses.
don't. Okay, yeah, I forgot
No,
that
I
you
didn't
haven't
beat it.
beaten it. Yeah, no, they start actually doing like puzzles and dungeons later on, but I know that you haven't gotten that far at all. And I know
Well,
for a
when I
fact you're
was
probably never
streaming
gonna
it, I
beat
did
it.
make
So.
significant progress.
See, where you're at is like not at all close to beating it.
Oh.
Like you might think you're like even still, but like no. Like it's I will even admit it's like 5 hours too large. Like it is way too big. But I will say the game goes from just aiming one like just kind of aimless wandering around the map to like actually going through like set dungeon like areas. And like late game you actually have to do puzzles where you specifically have to fight stuff in a certain order and stuff like that. There's
Yeah.
like it goes from just that to what you're talking about to something completely different, and it's actually really cool later on, but
Honestly, the
you
thing
haven't
that
experienced it,
I don't
so.
know, something about how they designed the spirit battles and just I don't know, like something that kept me pushing was the fact that the fact you have to unlock all the characters after because Kirby's the only character you get unless you have the DLC, and then at some undetermined point the DLC characters will unlock just on their
Unless
own.
you got the game either on launch day or a couple
Well,
days before
launch day
if
was
you're
only
really
Kirby.
lucky like me.
Launch day, and if
Only
you don't have the
Kirby, which I didn't
DLC,
have a
it's
problem
only
with.
Kirby, and you have to get like the other 70 or so characters. And I don't know, I just found it rewarding to get all the characters playable, and then something about the spirit battles felt unique, mainly that the spirit battles actually tried to emulate the character that was the spirit.
To be
Also,
fair, the way
mainly,
Smash
Adam-
Ultimate started out was kind of similar to how Smash Brawl's campaign started out, except in Smash Brawl, you had the choice between either Kirby or Mario. In Smash Ultimate, you only had Kirby. I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. I get why you only get Kirby in Smash Ultimate. I don't really see much of a problem with it, the way how the campaigns start out. So, but yeah, fucking... I honestly feel like that Smash Ultimate's quote-unquote campaign was honestly just a big disappointment, because
It's
fucking
not what it should have
what I was
been,
looking
but
for What I was looking for was a successor to Brawl's campaign. What I actually ended up getting was literally the same mode that's already in-game, except now with stories attached to it, and there's
Personally,
a
I
world
wish
map.
there were more
But the whole
cutscenes.
campaign is literally only centered around the fights. There is, like, I have not entered any kind of level that would even be similar to Brawl. No, it's literally all about the fights.
Wait a minute.
And only that.
I wish there were more cutscenes, particularly since the opening cutscene has characters actually talking.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
There's more cutscenes.
Well, to be fair, they couldn't, because of the open-ended nature of the game, they couldn't really have put dedicated cutscenes focusing on character interactions, because basically it would have been the ultimate nightmare trying to make them, since they would have had to make them for so many different variables and scenarios. But maybe at that point, maybe they should have restrained the open-endedness. I don't know.
Honestly, that was another problem I had with it too. Lack of fucking campaigns. Like, it's a campaign, but like, is it supposed to even be a successor of Brawl? Because if not, then it clearly shows. And if it is supposed to be a successor, then it is a huge fucking drawback. Like, it is a huge step back from Brawl. Like, Brawl had a lot of cutscenes. But no, I feel like the only reason why there isn't cutscenes is literally because of Sakurai's fucking bitterness towards the community, and it's like, oh, people are gonna spoil. Like, yeah, no shit, people are gonna spoil. That's how the internet fucking works. Just make the fucking game and let people avoid the spoilers themselves and actually enjoy the game. Instead of fucking screwing everyone out by not adding those cutscenes. Like, it's stupid. And it really hurts the story because, like, you go so far in the campaign, but, like, there's no cutscenes. Like, the only cutscenes you get are maybe the bosses and the fucking intro. And that's, and also, I'm assuming the ending. And that's about it.
Adam,
there are a couple that are really interesting.
There are a couple of more beyond that, but yeah.
But not nearly as much as Brawl.
Yeah.
Like, literally, the cutscenes don't feel like they even supplement the story except for the beginning, and again, I'm assuming the ending cutscenes. Like, you play the mode for the story, and there is, like, hardly any story. It's just, you fucking have this situation happening, and that's it. There's no interaction with characters or anything like that. It's so fucking stupid, and it's really disappointing.
No, the only character...
Like, to me, there's, like, nothing to play for, other than the spirits.
Adam, for me, I was in the same boat as you when the game first launched, and I found it really disappointing. But when I actually went to play it, I appreciated it as its own thing. And I think that it becomes a lot more enjoyable if you just play it as its own thing, rather than just be bitter about it not being something apart that is supposed to be a Brawl. And trust me, I want an adventure mode. I want something like that. But even if it was advertised like that, even if it was advertised and all that, and even if I was really disappointed, the actual experience itself isn't actually that bad. It's actually pretty decent when you get through it all. And there are some really cool moments, like actually genuinely cool moments in it that I wish you would have seen. But yeah, I will say it is way too big. Like, it is, like, probably 5 hours too big for me personally. Like, you could get burnt out on it pretty easily.
Well, that's what happened to me. I got burnt out because it's so fucking long.
And like, you got burnt out before you even got all the cool stuff, too. And that's what's really unfortunate. Because it is that long.
I don't really feel like that's my fault that I got burnt out, though. Because I was, like... in the fucking campaign, I was trying to find interesting stuff, and I was just slowly getting more and more disappointed as I went further because I realized that there's just no cutscenes to look forward. But, like, even with all of what you said is taken into consideration, the one thing that I just can't forgive the game for about campaign is the fact that you're required to play the entire thing if you want more menu music, which is the whole fucking, like, one of the staples of Smash is you're able to change the menu music I don't think that's like that in the first game, but once Melee came out, yeah, that was a fucking stay kind of setting. Like that was a setting to stick around for the whole.
No,
fucking
I actually. I'll
But
be
then
honest, I
fucking
actually
Ultimate
forgot
was like,
about it.
well, yeah, no, we're not gonna have it just available from the start like every other game. Nope, fuck you. You have to play through an entire campaign that's way too long and is pretty much the same thing as another mode, but with a little bit fucking more, just to get more fucking menu music. Like it makes me feel like that if I want menu music, then I'm obligated to play that mode. Like I have no other choice. And it feels, at that point, it's like, you have to literally ignore the fact you have to beat the campaign to fucking unlock the music to even have fun with it. Because if you think about it, then it's just going to start becoming a chore. That is the only other way.
Oh, like when I was
Unless
100% engaged too, when I didn't
unless
want
that's
to.
the motivation.
Honestly, Adam, I completely forgot that that was even a thing. And for me personally, I don't care. So.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
the one thing I hate the
is
most about it. Like, if I'm gonna complain about anything, then I think everyone that fucking... Oh my god, I completely ruined my sentence there. Fucking... If anyone's gonna complain about anything, one thing everyone should be agreeing on is that you should not be forced to play through an entire fucking overdrawn out campaign just to unlock more fucking menu music when the rest of the fucking games in the entire series lets you change it from the start. Like, not even Brawl did this shit. You weren't even required to play the campaign to unlock characters. It just wasn't a thing. You can unlock pretty much almost everything just without playing the campaign. I think there might be some challenges that you have to play the campaign for, but that's about it. And even then, you can still use hammers to unlock those anyway. So it's not even that big of a deal. But no, in Smash Ultimate, you're required to play a whole fucking campaign and beat the entire campaign just to unlock more menu music. That is, like, what kind of award is that anyway? Menu music just to fucking beat a campaign? Menu music. Yeah, okay.
I think that's mainly why I don't care, because it's just menu music.
See, I care because, again, what kind of reward is that? Menu music just for beating a campaign? Like, you couldn't have given us anything better than that? Like, maybe a picture to screen cap with the fucking Switch capture button or something?
I mean, there is some really cool stuff that... There is more stuff that is really cool. Like, that's not really, like, you know, a reward, but that's near the end of the game. That's just really cool to experience and all that. Where it actually does feel rewarding to go and play through. Like, the experience itself is actually just gets gradually better and better the more you play it. It's just that it's way too long. That's the only thing that I will say that I dislike about it. And I was disappointed at first of it not being what it was, but I'm not really the type of person to be mad at a game for what it isn't, and just kind of, like, I always try and see stuff for what the game is rather than what it isn't. And when I got over the fact it wasn't a successor to Brawl and just took it as its own thing, then it's a lot better.
See, I take it way more personally because I genuinely feel like Smash Ultimate's campaign was more or less a cop-out. Like, yeah, there might be some interesting stuff, but, like, I just can't sit there and really call it a campaign story mode when there's hardly any cutscenes to supplement any story it has. And it's just all about the fights, and that's it. It's like a really long arcade mode for Tekken. You know what I mean? Except with fucking things that
a lot.
are
like I said, Adam, it gets way better. But
and the one thing I'm gonna say too, the one thing I will say too is that if something has cool things towards the end, but it doesn't capture the audience at the start, then, I mean, for the most part, it doesn't really matter if there's those cool things. If you don't capture those people, they're never gonna see it anyway.
See, Adam,
like, you gotta keep people interested.
See, Adam, you're still at the beginning. The cool stuff happens near the middle, and it just gradually gets better. You're still completely at the beginning. That's how long the campaign is. Like, you're not close at all to beating it.
I get
Like,
that, and I
that's
get
what
that
I'm
there's
trying to say.
stuff towards
Jesse?
the end.
Jesse,
I feel
Jesse, keep in mind, I used this exact same argument with Adam in Black Ops 3. Adam hated the first level of Black Ops 3 so much that he refused to play the rest of the campaign. And his main complaint was that there was basically no action and like it was all scripted events in the first level. Then I played Black
No, it
Ops
wasn't
3's
just that. No, it wasn't just that. I don't think I said it this way back then, but a better way to describe the first mission is it feels more like a walking simulator than a Call of Duty campaign.
Oh wait, yeah, you did say that. And the funny thing is,
To be honest,
I played. Can I finish, please? Sorry. So, I played the Black Ops 3 campaign, and I go through the first level, and then I make it to the second level. Surprisingly, from the second level onwards, it's pretty straightforward, nothing but action.
Mm-hmm.
And
the thing is, with Black Ops 3, I don't like Black Ops 3's campaign either, and I actually played most of it.
I don't like
and all that, so
I will say Black Ops 3's campaign is your standard Call of Duty campaign, but the story I do not like, mainly because it has almost nothing to do with like the Black Ops series.
I honestly don't even like some of the missions that it does. Like, yeah, it's kind of standard for Call of Duty, but the story is all over the place, and a lot of the missions I just don't like in general. So I will actually say I don't like Black Ops 3, and this is coming from someone who generally played most of it. I mean, I know you find the overall Black Ops 3 to be not that bad of a game. Me personally, I'm kind of in the middle ground where I just think the game's just kind of mediocre, whatever.
It's not like I'm calling Black Ops 3 like one of the best Call of Duty games, because it's far from it. Far from it.
Yeah.
Personally, my favorite Black Ops game would have to be Black Ops, at least in story at least, probably Black Ops 2, or maybe Black Ops 1. May have better structure to it, but Black Ops 2 I think had the best story of all the Call of Duties.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Modern Warfare trilogy, close behind it.
Yeah. But anyways, for me, Adam, I will say what World of Light does is it just starts off low and it just slowly just keeps getting better over time, and it starts adding so much new stuff and so much better stuff that overall it's just, if you stop where you're at now and never actually just continue to actually see what this stuff is, and going through that grind and all that, eventually it does feel worth it and all that because of all the actual cool stuff that happens. And it starts feeling less like wanderless aiming and more like actually going out and exploring. That's what it starts feeling like, and then it eventually starts going into like the actual puzzle elements and like the really cool stuff. But because of your view on it and stopping early, it's just, I'm never gonna be able to get your view, like my view across of what the actual game is. And even though I will still say it was a disappointment even for me, but if you like actually give it a chance, then it's perfectly fine as its own stuff. But yeah, there's just stuff like that I feel like
I'm just gonna say
the experience
this.
between you and me, the experience between you and me and the Switch is, it just shows that it's like a complete polar opposite. Like with me, it's completely fine and feels completely fine. Like, even though in the end I don't really like Smash Ultimate competitively, I could still appreciate for what it did and what it tried to do, even if it did disappoint me in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know, it's just like the Switch itself, it's like, yeah, we kind of on the similar stance of like it's decent and all that, but like I don't know, it just feels like I overall had a much easier time with it and all that.
Here's
And it's
what I'm
just
gonna
really
say about Smash
unfortunate that
Ultimate's campaign. If you ever ask yourself, why don't I play that campaign? Why do I just refuse to fucking really have the motivation to go? Well, I may not refuse to have the motivation, but just the lack of motivation for me to even play it. If you ever ask yourself, why don't I play this more to get to the fucking good shit, it's because it never captivated me from the start. It never really, I never felt like it gave me that much of a reason to play and play and play up till the end. Like, there's just no
And
reason for me to really play, I felt like. And if it didn't capture me from the start, then it's going to be really difficult for the game to get me to continue on playing it if I'm just not interested. I mean, it's not impossible, but like, what do you? I just don't know what people expect when I don't beat it for Smash Ultimate. Now, for other games, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Why don't I play those games and beat it? I don't fucking know. I'm stupid. But with Smash Ultimate, I have legit reasons for not beating it, and it's just because it hasn't captivated me and it disappointed me in a lot of ways, and I didn't feel a bunch of reasons to really play it.
Honestly,
Like, if
I
I'm
feel
gonna play
like
it now, I feel like I'm just gonna play it just for the sake of playing the mode.
Honestly, Adam, if you did go back and play it, I will honestly say that you would probably regret not actually going back and playing it. I'm not even joking. That's how,
Jesse,
like,
you
genuinely
seriously
interesting
almost
this was.
sounded like the special offer guy.
Wow. But I will actually say, like, if you if you went back and played it sometime and actually got to see like what they do, like I'm not even joking, like what they do, then you'll actually like probably feel regret. You'll probably still agree on the fact that it was a disappointment and that it is way too long, but actually getting to see that stuff firsthand and experiencing it will like probably make up for a lot of it. But like you said, because of the grudge you hold against it and all that, and just your feelings towards it in general, you might never actually get to feel that firsthand, and that's why I think it's really unfortunate.
Part grudge, part, again, the game not really giving me a lot of reasons to play the mode.
I mean, you don't have to play the mode and all that, but it just sucks that it just feels like you're never gonna
I just
actually
don't know.
experience that like how you
I
should.
just, I just don't know when I'm gonna play it, to be honest. I mean, if I'm
Honestly,
gonna play it,
from
I'm
my
probably just not
end,
even gonna bother streaming it or anything. I'm probably just gonna play it on my off time or whatever.
Adam, from my end, it literally just feels like that you stopped caring about it at the point where it was about to get good, and it just sucks. Like it just that's like it's stuff like that specifically like with Mario Galaxy and stuff like that where it just feels like you just hold yourself back from experiencing everything for what it truly is and only experiencing a part of it. Like that's what sucks. It's like yeah, like you view this type of thing this certain way because of your experiences, and that's not wrong or anything like that. But it just sucks that you don't get to experience the full thing all the time. Even if it is just the basic ending, even if it is something that you've seen on YouTube eventually and all that, it just sucks that you never get to experience stuff like that firsthand. And I really wish just one of these times you just got a game and sit down and actually try to play and get through all of it. I mean, you did that with like some games like Splatoon 2, the Octo expansion and stuff like that, but it just seems like most of the games you pick up, you're just never gonna be fully invested in. And to be
Well,
honest, it's
for
hard
a
for
lot
me
of
to get
games,
fully invested in stuff. It's really
for a
hard
lot
for
of
me to get
games,
invested in games nowadays, too. But I don't know, it just sucks. Like it just feels like you never get to fully experiencing that. And another part of it is that you don't care
for a lot of
most of the
games,
time.
it's
So
okay. Here's my thing. For a lot of games, I don't feel like I don't beat it because I don't have full commitment to it, or whatever you said. What was it you said exactly? Like not interested enough or something?
like Like, you just stop yourself from experiencing the full thing for no real rhyme or reason sometimes.
No, but
That's pretty much
but
what I
why?
said.
Because I felt not obligated or something.
Basically, what I said is you just don't really care enough once you reach a certain point and just want to do something different. Pretty much what you said. Like, you could be as invested all the way up until the end with certain games and then just decide, I don't really feel like playing this today, or like wait it off, or say you do want to play it, but something happens and you just can't, and then you just eventually forget about it, and then eventually you just don't really care. So then it just doesn't really matter in your head, and it just
To
sucks
me,
because
it's not that I don't care about the game anymore, but it's just harder for me to get back into it once I've waited too long, because if I wait too long, I end up forgetting certain things about the game that are really fucking important to have in your memory when you play the game. Like, for instance, where you are in the story, what you were doing in game before you stopped, or even in some cases, what the proper controls are and how to actually properly play the game. And I forget about these certain details if I wait too long. And once I realize, oh shit, I fucked up and waited too long, it's pretty much fucked for me, because I just don't want to figure out every single little thing unless I'm so fucking determined that I don't really give a shit. Like, one of those examples where I just didn't give a shit and just went through it anyways was with Pokemon Diamond. I played up to a certain point near the end of the game, and then I stopped, and then forgot about it, and then, like, several years later, I literally could not remember what the fuck I was doing, other than it had something to do with fucking Team Galactic. And looking up a guide might have helped, but part of the problem is, even if I looked up a guide, I'd still have to find what part of the story I'm in. And with a game like Diamond, you could fucking be anywhere in the world, and you could have been doing literally anything that had nothing to do with the story. But if you don't remember where you were in the story, it is extremely difficult to find it again. And it's like that with other games too. Or in some cases, just I don't remember parts of the story, so fucking now I don't know what to do in game anymore. And it makes it really, really difficult to get back into it. And the only other way I could see myself getting back into it is if I literally record everything I do. So if I realize, oh wait, I don't remember this, I'll just fucking watch me play it and then remember. And then there you go. But no, I'm stupid. I don't do that. And I just go bozo and ruin myself every time. And it's really sad.
Yeah. Do you want to know what I do in those situations? I literally just replay the game. I'm not even joking. In situations where I feel like I'm just so completely lost, where I don't know where I left off and I haven't played the game in months or a month, then I'll just be like, screw it, and completely restart. I'm not even joking.
In those cases, for me, if I feel I have to restart an entire game because I just can't figure out what to do in game anymore, or in some cases I feel like I have to restart to really properly experience the story, then I have to be in the right mood to even play through the whole game. Because it's like, I know I played through the game, but now I gotta do it all over again just because I don't remember something. Like, I really gotta be in the right mood to do that, and it might take me a while before I even do it. I mean, like, if I were to do it for a game such as, I don't know, Mario Galaxy, then I'd say it's probably well overdue that I would be in the right mood to do it again, because fucking, it's been quite a long time since I played it, so if I were to go back, I wouldn't really have much of a problem playing through it again. But for other games, if it's, like, way more recent, then yeah, I'm gonna be a little discouraged from doing it again, because it's almost like I just lost progress in everything, and now I gotta restart. Like, it's literally like, it literally feels like playing through a part of the game and then forgetting to save and then realizing you didn't save, and then you gotta do that part all over again. It's like that, but without the consequence of
I know
not
it's like that.
save, you know?
I know it's completely like that, and I felt that before and felt like disappointment and stuff like that. But most of the time, if it's actually been that long, like say with Mario Galaxy, then I don't really care. But if it's with something recent, 99 out of 100 times, it's gonna be that I only played the game to like a very small amount, like only a few hours. And honestly, that doesn't really feel like wasted time or anything. Like, do you actually have a game that you played recently where you got really close up to the end but didn't beat it? Like recently.
In a recent sense.
That was actually story driven, or like
recent,
stuff
like recent,
that.
as in I recently stopped, or like the most recent example I can think of.
Most recent example.
The most recent example I can think of where I literally stopped playing the game that was story driven would honestly have to be Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story on the original DS. I think I remember the reason what the cause was of me stopping. It was because I think I was trying to do something that was outside of the story, and I was at the end of the game too, mind you. Like, I
Didn't you
was
beat it?
pretty much ready to fight the final boss, and because I was trying to do something outside of the story, I ended up getting lost in game somehow, and I couldn't find my way back for some reason. So I stopped playing the game, forgot about it, and then I went back to the game, and I had to fucking try and find a guide on where the fuck I was supposed to go. I did find my way back to the general area I was supposed to be in, but I thought I was ready to fight the final boss. Turned out I wasn't just ready. I was one other boss away from finding the final fight. So I had to figure that out, plus finding where exactly I had to even trigger the fight. Oh, and okay, here's another thing that also was in the mix. Fucking, to trigger this one fight before the final boss, you had to chase this character down. And literally, I had no idea how far in that chase I even was. For all I knew, I could have just started the chase, been right in the middle of it, or had just gotten done with it. I had no evidence as to whether or not I was done with it or not. So I had to find that out for myself by literally going through the same steps as the fucking guy did. And luckily, I just so happened to find the right room that made me realize, oh, I guess I'm done with this part already. And then fucking from that point onwards, I was fine.
Yeah, see, but Adam, you eventually went back and actually beat Bowser's Inside Story. I'm talking about a game where you just haven't beaten at all.
Oh, haven't beaten it?
Yeah, where you stopped right beforehand and then just never beaten.
Well, if it's not had
that was recent.
I can't talk. If it wasn't beaten, I wouldn't exactly say this game was right at the end, but I'd say it was pretty far in the game. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of, I think it was either Sky or Time, but it was one of those two. And
when was this?
Years ago.
Years, and that was the most recent
example I can think of where I haven't been a story-driven game and then forgot where I was. Like, if I was gonna go back to that game, I would honestly restart everything I did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would just reset the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There just doesn't seem to be that many games where you played all the way up to the end that was so recent to where you felt like you were just losing progress. It seems like most of the games that you played up to the end were games that you stopped years ago. With Smash isn't even really that story driven, and it's not like you're gonna forget how to play Smash.
Honestly, I'm not gonna reset Smash's progress. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah, there's no reason. There's no reason to
reset
Smash's
I think I'm gonna end the stream, okay?
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it. So bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.